Chapter 1963, The Tao Sect. The fifth level. The primordial pagoda had 9 levels, but had only accessed 4 of them until now. Even though Head only accessed 4 of them, every single level had helped him tremendously. Head wanted to take a look at the 5th level for a long time. Unfortunately, he wasn't the one who decided if he could have access, and it was the primordial pagoda instead. Now, the primordial pagoda was finally allowing him to enter. Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and immersed his consciousness into the pagoda. He didn't alarm anyone and just wanted the 5th level. A door. The first thing Yang Yi saw was a door. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to go over to it. Suddenly, it opened slowly. "Come in." A voice came from within. Yang Yi was stunned. 2 breaths of time later, Yang Yi walked in. There was only a single person in the room. Yang Yi recognized the person. It was the old man in Taoist robes. The old man sized up Yang Yi and smiled. "You've grown very quickly." Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes. Why? He wanted an answer. Why the primordial pagoda chose him? Why the old man chose him? The reason the old man chose him. He had many questions that he wanted to be answered. The old man shook his head slightly. "Do you believe in fate?" Yang Yi replied. "Do you still believe in fate in your realm of cultivation?" The old man grinned. "What do you think?" Yang Yi replied, "I don't know." The old man smiled. "Actually, this pagoda didn't choose you in the beginning. It chose your father." Yang Yi frowned. "My father?" The old man nodded slightly. He possessed extraordinary natural talent and luck. However, he left this pagoda to you in the end. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The old man sized up Yang Yi and said, "You wouldn't be you if he didn't do that." Yang Yi's frown deepened. "What do you mean?" The old man shook his head slightly. "I don't know much about it. In short, since this pagoda has chosen you, it proves there's fate between us, and there's fate between you and my Tao path. Besides that, you'll naturally be sucked into some things while you have this pagoda in your possession." He looked Yang Yi in the eyes and continued, "However, you have a choice. 2 choices. The first, I'll take this pagoda back and sever all ties with you. The second, join my Tao sect and accept my inheritance." Yang Yi asked, "What will happen if I give up this pagoda?" The old man smiled. "Nothing much. You'll even be able to avoid a lot of trouble." Yang Yi asked, "Then what about if I join your Tao sect?" The old man answered, "Accept my inheritance and techniques, unlock the heart, and establish the heaven Tao. However, it's a very difficult path." Yang Yi asked, "Are you still not able to accomplish that, even with your strength?" The old man grinned. "When did the universe begin? When will it end?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know." The old man smiled. "Neither do I." Yang Yi fell silent. The old man continued, "People cultivate their strength and seek eternal life. But we cultivate the past, present, future, and the supreme heaven Tao. In the end, we're just slightly stronger than ordinary people. However, we're just a speck in the boundless universe." He walked over to Yang Yi at this point. "The Tao is my foundation, my belief, and my path. I hope that even if I'm gone one day, my inheritance will be passed down. So long as my inheritance exists, I will remain eternal. However, the path towards the Grand Tao is filled with competition. Competition for resources, luck, destiny, and even inheritances." Yang Yi fell silent. The old man said, "I didn't choose anyone on purpose, and I didn't make the primordial pagoda fall into your hands. I don't have the energy and time to set up all of this either. It isn't even necessary, because if I made plans just for this, those other old fellows would laugh at me. Even though I didn't make this pagoda fall into your possession on purpose, I have to admit that this pagoda and I have caused some karma to coil around you." He smiled and continued, "Accepting my inheritance naturally has to be done willingly. So, if you're unwilling, I can sever the karma between us." What would Yang Yi choose? He didn't hesitate at all. He looked the old man in the eyes and bowed respectfully like a disciple to his master. "Master, sever the karma between them?" Yang Yi wasn't an idiot. Was there any benefit from severing the karma between them? None. Not only were there no benefits, he would lose a lot too. Moreover, why would he give up such powerful backing? The old man grinned. "I have many disciples. but only 8 have personally received my inheritance. You're the 9th and the last one. Yang Yi asked, why? It starts with 1 and ends with 9. The old man continued, your Taoist name will be the 9th sword from now on. 9th sword. Yang Yi had quite a strange expression on his face. I actually have a Taoist's name, but 9th sword does sound quite nice. Meanwhile, the old man flicked a ray of cold light into his forehead. A moment later, numerous pieces of information flashed through Yang Yi's mind. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. Meanwhile, the old man said, these are some of the sword techniques my Tao sect gathered in the past. Some of them are techniques that some of my Tao sect's sword cultivators use. In short, all of them will be very helpful to you. However, you must remember that you should only read, observe, and learn from them. Do not cultivate them. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The old man smiled as he explained, everyone has their own sword Tao, and so do you. Every single person's sword Tao only belongs to themselves, and it isn't suited to be passed down to someone else. If someone tries to learn it by force, it will only make that person take the same path. So, you can read through them and learn from them, but you should take your own path. Understand? Yang Yi bowed respectfully. I understand. But where can I find you? The old man shook his head slightly. You're too weak right now. It'll be very disadvantageous to you if you come to the Tao sect right now, especially while this pagoda is in your possession. It's because your strength isn't sufficient to convince everyone of your right to it. Besides that, if those other old fellows have their gazes on you, then you'll be in even more trouble. Visit Me for extra chapters. He chuckled at this point and added, you must understand that while I can point out a path for you and even open up a path for you, you have to walk through it yourself. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Understand? He had to walk his own path. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. The old man said, every single race in the large universe has its own beliefs. The sky race once had its belief in my Tao sect, but they became traitors. So, the sovereign of sky for that generation died. Yang Yi asked, Master, what are you trying to tell me? The old man explained, my Tao sect doesn't act like the weapon path and only spares those who obey it. But you must remember that anyone who wants to destroy my Tao sect should be killed. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, I understand. The old man nodded slightly. This space you're in is called the Dead Dimension, but it didn't go by this name in the past. It was a base of the weapon path. The remnants of the souls of some old fellows from the weapon path may still remain here. You don't have to worry that they'll take over your body because you have this pagoda, but you can't be careless either. Yang Yi replied, I'll remember that. The old man nodded, and then his body gradually became ethereal. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, how do I leave this place? The old man replied, if you can't leave, then stay here forever. The Tao sect and the fight between paths is much more dangerous than this place. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. Once the old man vanished, Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. Head figured out many things that were troubling him, but his heart felt slightly empty. He couldn't put a finger on it. A long time passed before Yang Yi looked up and smiled. Why think so much about all of this? Who knows what'll happen in the future? I should just focus on the path ahead. Once he figured everything out, Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and recalled the sword techniques which the old man had given him. As soon as he started looking through them, he was shocked, because there were over 10,000 of them, and there was a huge variety of them. Moreover, all of them were extremely powerful. In an instant, Yang Yi was lost within these techniques. These techniques were so strong that he blushed with embarrassment at his inferiority. His heaven-rend and split-second were nothing before them. They weren't even trash before these techniques. They were true techniques. These techniques had opened up a new door for Yang Yi. At this moment, he had the urge to cultivate all these techniques. But he stopped himself in the end. Just as the old man had said, they were the sword Tao of others, and they weren't his own. If he cultivated them, he would just be taking their paths and not his own path. He had to take his own path. Study, observe, learn, and create. That was Yang Yi's objective. So, Yang Yi started studying sword techniques in the primordial pagoda every single day. As he read more and understood more, his mind was filled with more ideas. So, he started to learn from them and create his own technique. However, it was very difficult. Creating something was no simple task. While Yang Yi was bitterly cultivating in the Sword Dao, Sky Resident City found itself in trouble. Amon led a group up the city walls, and she slowly clenched her fists when she saw the scene outside the city walls. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1964. The Invincible Sword Domain. There were 2 corpses outside the city, and they'd been chopped into pieces. They were members of Sky Resident City. Amon suddenly asked, "Who killed them?" Yu Jing shook his head. "I don't know. They were here early in the morning. They just appeared out of thin air. However, I think it's the Devil Cave." The Devil Cave. Everyone's faces fell. Swish. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then it vanished into the sky. Yu Jing spoke solemnly. "That was Yang Yi." Qin Chuan asked, "Where's he going?" Everyone exchanged glances and remained silent. They gazed at Amon. Amon stood there in silence. Yang Yi left Sky Resident City. His destination was Devil Cave. The incident between them and the Devil Cave had been caused by him, and he really didn't want to drag them down because of him. Since Head caused the trouble, he intended to resolve it himself. Devil Cave was on a mountain range over 100,000 kilometers away from Sky Resident City, and it was where the Devil Men converged. Yang Yi stopped when he was around 5,000 kilometers away, and then his figure vanished on the spot. He held a sheathed sword in his grasp. It didn't take long for him to sneak into the mountain range, and then he arrived before Devil Cave. Yang Yi noticed numerous corpses outside Devil Cave. There were corpses of humans, wyverns, and some other beasts there. The Devil Men ate all of these. The way Devil Men cultivated was unlike how all of them cultivated. Devil Men cultivated by devouring the corpses of others. They devoured the blood, soul, and flesh to strengthen themselves. Yang Yi would naturally not just attack, because that was no different than seeking death. Wait. Yang Yi started to wait. He needed to wait until they came outside, and then kill them one by one. It didn't take long for a Devil Man to emerge from within. He glanced at the surroundings and shot towards the distance. Yang Yi quickly followed after him. Around 30 kilometers away, the Devil Man seemed to have noticed something and stopped. Right when he stopped, a sword pierced through his forehead. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed. The Devil Man opened his mouth slightly and seemed to want to say something, but a sword instantly chopped off his head. Yang Yi glanced at the Devil Man. The Devil Man before him was at the second stage of the Enlightened Realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would have to exert quite a bit of effort to kill him, but once he hid himself and took his targets by surprise, he became extremely terrifying. After killing the Devil Man in an instant, Yang Yi waved his right hand and obliterated the corpse before vanishing on the spot. Yang Yi arrived outside Devil Cave again, and he started waiting again. Just like that, time trickled by. In just a few hours, Yang Yi had killed 6 Devil Men, and 2 of them were even at the 3rd stage of the Enlightened Realm, while 1 was even at the 4th stage of the Enlightened Realm. Head used the Sword Domain to kill the Devil Man at the 4th stage of the Enlightened Realm. He would have failed if he hadn't used the Sword Domain to suppress the fellow. 4th stage Enlightened Realm experts were much stronger than Head expected. After they lost around 10 Devil Men, Devil Cave finally started to react. A few dozen Devil Men suddenly flashed out of Devil Cave, and Black Devil led the group. Black Devil glanced at the surroundings and asked, "Have you found out anything?" A Devil Man by Black Devil's side shook his head. "There has been no movement from Sky Resident City. But it's definitely them." Black Devil fell silent for a long time before he said, "Let's head back in for now." He led the others, and once he finished speaking, around 4 hours later, a Devil Man covered beneath a black robe walked outside, and then he vanished into the sky. It was in the direction of Sky Resident City. Yang Yi immediately followed after the Devil Man. Around 15 minutes later, the Devil Man suddenly stopped, and then a sword appeared before his nape. The sword had just appeared there abruptly. Suddenly, The devil man turned around, and the sword couldn't move an inch forward. It was because a hand had grabbed its tip, and then the devil man pushed back. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed over 3 kilometers away. Meanwhile, the black robe around that devil man vanished. Black Devil. It was the leader of Devil Cave, Black Devil. Yang Yi glanced at the fingerprint on Spirit Breaker's tip, and then he looked up at Black Devil. The latter waved his right hand, and then 60 devil men suddenly appeared around Yang Yi. Had fallen into an ambush. Even though had fallen into an ambush, Yang Yi's face was extremely calm. Black Devil sized up Yang Yi. I thought you would just hide in Sky Residence City. I didn't expect you to come outside. I'm truly surprised. Of course, it's pleasant surprise. Yang Yi chuckled. Don't worry, there are more surprises waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm, and Spirit Breaker was swapped for the Holy Sword. Yang Yi glanced at the devil men around him and said, Are all of you going to gang up on me, or will you fight me one-on-one? Gang up on you? Black Devil suddenly started laughing, and he laughed for a while before he shook his head. Gang up on you? Not to mention you. Even the leader of Sky Residence City, Amon, isn't worthy of that. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Devil suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. An instant later, a black fist slammed down towards Yang Yi's head. It was a very simple punch, and there were no flashy movements. Yang Yi swung his sword as well. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, Yang Yi was blasted away, and he flew over 10 kilometers away before finally stopping himself. Black Devil was in the same realm of cultivation as Amon. Both of them were in the no-Dao realm. So, his cultivation was much higher than Yang Yi. It could be said that it was suppression from the gap in their realms of cultivation. Didn't you want to pleasantly surprise me? Where is it? Black Devil walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. I hope it's pleasant and surprising enough. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and smiled. I'd definitely be very pleasantly surprising. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took a step forward, and a wave of mysterious energy instantly appeared here. The Sword Domain. The Sword Domain instantly covered the space in a huge area, and the other devil men were enveloped beneath it as well. That's a domain. Black Devil glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Looks like I underestimated you a little. He was about to swing his fist and destroy Yang Yi's sword domain. However, 36 ethereal swords suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Once the swords appeared, the expressions of Black Devil and the others changed. Black Devil's anxious voice resounded. Attack! As soon as he gave the order, all the other devil men attacked. Suddenly, the swords started to spin rapidly. Rays of sword energy crisscrossed and flickered through the surroundings. In an instant, a huge expanse of space was covered in sword energy. The invincible sword formation. After he created it that day, Yang Yi had rarely used it, because it was one of his trump cards. So, he would never use it unless he had to. Now, he planned to put an end to the enmity between him and Devil Cave. After he joined Sky Residence City hadn't let him down, so he naturally couldn't let them down. However, people from Sky Residence City had died because of him. While he didn't know the people who'd died, they died because of him. He had to avenge them. Sword energy crisscrossed through the surroundings, and hissing resounded incessantly. It was the sound of space being sliced open. Around 10 breaths of time later, the surroundings gradually calmed down. At this moment, around 40 devil men were left standing. Besides that, there were around 20 corpses around Yang Yi. These corpses were covered in holes, and it seemed like they'd been shot by 1,000,000 arrows. It was absolutely horrifying. Yang Yi held his sword with both hands while his body bent down slightly. He hadn't been injured from utilizing his sword domain. Had been heavily injured because the devil men had jointly attacked his sword domain. Black Devil was standing a little bit away from Yang Yi, and his body was covered in injuries. But he was still alive. Black Devil's expression was extremely unsightly. 20 devil men. Moreover, there had been 3 at the 3rd stage of the Enlightened Realm, and 1 at the 4th stage of the Enlightened Realm. However, All of them had been instantly killed by Yang Ye's sword formation. All of them were dead. Just this battle had caused Devil Cave to suffer heavy losses. Black Devil stared at Yang Yi. What an amazing domain and formation. My Devil Cave has paid such a heavy price for underestimating you. But don't worry, I won't let you die that easily. They'll slowly torture you to death. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up at Black Devil and said, I can activate that sword formation once more. Do you want to try me? The expressions of all the devil men changed. He could activate it again. Even though they'd survived, they still had a lingering fear towards that sword formation. It was horrifying. You can activate it again? Black Devil laughed coldly. That formation far surpasses your current realm of cultivation. It can be said that you've used a force that surpasses your own strength. It'll definitely make you suffer from backlash. If I'm not wrong, you don't even have the strength to hold your sword anymore, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. However, a huge spiked club suddenly smashed through the air. Black Devil's expression changed slightly. He turned around and swung a punch. Bang! Black Devil was pushed over 30 m back. Meanwhile, a person appeared in front of Yang Yi. Amon. It was Amon. At the same time, around 50 others appeared around her. Everyone from Sky Resident City was here. Amon ignored Black Devil and gazed at Yang Yi instead. Suddenly, she grabbed his shirt and lifted him up before her. Do you even treat us as brothers? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1965, The Sea Dao Realm. I'm a little disappointed. Qin Chuan spoke abruptly. When Yang Yi left, they hadn't expected that he would come to Devil Cave on his own and assassinate the Devil Men. And when they found out what had happened here, Amon immediately gathered everyone and rushed over. Sky Resident City shared both joy and suffering. Yang Yi shook his head. I caused this problem, so they'll deal with you once we get back. Amon suddenly interrupted Yang Yi, and then she gazed at Black Devil. Black Devil, since you don't want to let the matter rest, then let's put an end to this today. As soon as she finished speaking, Amon was about to attack. I don't want to let the matter rest. Black Devil spoke ferociously. Amon, it's your people who came to kill my people, but you say that I don't want to let the matter rest? Amon replied angrily. Would he have come here if you didn't kill our people first? I killed your people? Black Devil frowned, and then he looked behind. The others behind him shook their heads slightly. Black Devil looked up at Amon. They exchanged glances, and a solemn expression appeared in their eyes. Everyone retreat immediately. Amon's voice resounded abruptly. Retreat? It's a little too late. Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar, and then a huge black wolf walked over slowly through the sky. The black wolf was huge. Its fur was standing on end like needles, and they flickered with a ghastly cold and dark glow. There was a bald man seated on the black wolf, and he held a black spear in his grasp. The dire wolves. Amon glanced at the surroundings. A group of people on black wolves had suddenly appeared around them, and there were over 100 of them. They'd completely surrounded the experts from Devil Cave and Sky Resident City. At this moment, Black Devil and Amon had figured out everything. It was the dire wolves' hood caused the conflict. As for the reason, it was very simple. The dire wolves wanted Sky Resident City and Devil Cave to kill each other, and then take advantage of the situation. Amon looked up at the bald man. I presume you're the dire wolf? The bald man grinned. Indeed. Amon spoke indifferently. Are you that confident the dire wolves can fight two against one? Black Devil suddenly said. He wouldn't have used such tricks if he was. Dire Wolf chuckled and said, Amon, Black Devil, how many years have we been fighting each other in this damnable place? I think it's time to put an end to it. Otherwise, there are too few resources in this tiny place, and it isn't enough for all of us. Amon said, Why don't you give it a try? Black Devil slowly clenched his fists. Even though there was a reconcilable enmity between Devil Cave and Sky Resident City, Black Devil was clearly aware of what was the right choice at this moment. Haha. Dire Wolf suddenly started roaring with laughter, and then a terrifying aura swept out from within him. In an instant, everyone sensed an unprecedented wave of pressure. Everyone's expressions changed. A Sea Dao realm expert. At this moment, Amon and Black Devil's expressions were extremely unsightly. They were only at the No Dao realm, but Dire Wolf was actually at the Sea Dao realm. He was a stage higher than them. However, they were very well aware that this tiny little stage represented a qualitative transformation. Dire Wolf glanced at Black Devil and Amon, and then he smiled. Both of you are geniuses amongst geniuses, and you possess the ability to surmount your realms of cultivation to battle those at realms above you. Especially you, Amon. You once killed a Sea Dao realm expert. Come, try me. Let's see if you can surmount your realms of cultivation against me. Surmount their realms of cultivation to fight him. Everyone here was a genius amongst geniuses, so surmounting their realms of cultivation in battle was absolutely normal for them. However, it depended on the target. After all, Dire Wolf could surmount his realm of cultivation as well when he was at the No Dao realm. Amon and Black Devil exchanged glances, and then they vanished on the spot. A smile curled up on the corners of Dire Wolf's mouth, and then he stretched out his right hand and pressed it down. It was like the sky was collapsing before him. Boom! A wave of powerful energy instantly blasted Amon and Black Devil over 10 kilometers away. As for the others here, they were affected as well, and they were pushed backwards repeatedly. A Sea Dao realm expert. Dire Wolf took a deep breath and said, "The Sea Dao realm represents seeing the quintessence of all things, the heart of the world, and the true appearance of everything. Amon, Black Devil, both of you aren't weak, so we'll give you a chance. Submit to me and avoid death." Submit? Amon laughed coldly. That word doesn't exist in my world. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped up and arrived amidst the clouds. After that, a huge, spiked club appeared in her grasp, and she grabbed it with both hands before slamming it down at Dire Wolf. Earth shatter. Amon's voice resounded, and then a stream of powerful energy converged below Dire Wolf's feet. Boom! The ground where he stood collapsed, and a wave of powerful energy swept up and slammed itself at Dire Wolf. Dire Wolf's expression remained calm. He raised his right hand slightly, and then he pressed it down. Boom! As soon as their attacks came into contact, they exploded apart. Dire Wolf was blasted over 300 m away by the force of the collision, and as soon as he stopped himself, the ground where he stood collapsed once more. An instant later, another wave of energy shot up from the ground and swept towards him. Dire Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat on the Black Wolf, and his eyes flickered with ghastly coldness. After that, he twisted his right hand slightly, leaped up, and then slapped his palm down. Rumble. The ground below collapsed incessantly. A huge abyss appeared before everyone. Sky shatter. Suddenly, Amon's voice resounded from the clouds, and then a huge, spiked club shot down like a bolt of lightning in Dire Wolf's direction. As soon as it descended, the space in a huge area started to tremble, and it seemed like space couldn't endure the force within it. It was extremely shocking. For the very first time, Dire Wolf, who was a Sea Dao realm expert now, revealed a solemn expression. He didn't underestimate her attack or act carelessly. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. He flipped his palm, and a black spear appeared in his grasp. After that, he stomped his right foot against the back of the Black Wolf, and the latter howled furiously into the sky before slapping its paws against the ground and shooting up into the air with Dire Wolf on its back. Break! Dire Wolf stabbed his spear forward. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and the entire sky shook violently while a terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupted. It swept out swiftly and instantly shot over 10 kilometers into the distance. As for the towering mountains in the surroundings, they were instantly destroyed and obliterated. Around 10 breaths of time later, the surroundings calmed down. Amon and Dire Wolf were in the sky. Dire Wolf grinned. As expected of the extraordinary genius from the barbarian race, you truly are extremely formidable. If you were at the Sea Dao realm, I wouldn't have the slightest confidence in being able to defeat you. Yet now, Even both of you together are no match for me. He glanced at Black Devil and continued, Black Devil, Amon, I appreciate geniuses. If you're willing to lead your people and join me, then you can avoid death. Besides that, if the three of us join forces, then we can get through Hell Forest and experience the world beyond it. Submit to him? Black Devil fell silent. He was very well aware of what that represented. Meanwhile, Dire Wolf added, My patience is limited. Suddenly, Amon gazed at Yang Yi. From this moment onward, you're the leader of Sky Resident City. Lead everyone back to the city. All of them were stunned. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he asked, What do you mean? Amon looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Didn't you hear me? Take them and return to the city right now. Yang Yi glanced at Dire Wolf, whose gaze had turned icy cold, and then he gazed at Amon. Why me? The others behind Yang Yi gazed at Yang Yi too, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. Yang Yi was new to Sky Resident City, but that wasn't even the main point. The main point was that he wasn't the strongest expert besides Amon. There was Mad Saber, Ling, and many others. In short, logically speaking, Yang Yi should never have a chance to become the leader of Sky Resident City. Amon shook her head slightly. While Ling and Mad Saber are the strongest, they're cold and proud. If they become the leader, they won't just be unable to lead all of you well, they'll spoil your mental states. As for Yang Yi, he can fight and act shamelessly. If he leads Sky Resident City, all of you will at least be able to avoid falling into a disadvantaged position. Of course, if he can't convince all of you of his strength in the future, all of you can choose your own leader later on. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, Dire Wolf spoke abruptly. Looks like Sky Resident City is going to vanish from the dead dimension today. Dire Wolf waved his right hand, and the other members of the Dire Wolves surrounded Amon and the others from Sky Resident City. Suddenly, Amon released the spiked club she held, and then she pulled apart the space before her. Hiss! The space in front of her was torn open, and the rift there was growing in size. In an instant, the space around them had been torn open. At this moment, all of them were within the spatial rift. Don't leave the city until you attain the Sea-Dao realm. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed her palms together. Swoosh! Yang Yi and the others instantly vanished on the spot, and they were extremely far away when they appeared once more. Dire Wolf spoke indifferently, Amon, is sacrificing your life really worth it for some people you met by chance? I met by chance? Amon chuckled. They call me Big Sis and Leader. Dire Wolf replied indifferently, So what? Do you know what leaders are for? Amon looked Dire Wolf in the eyes. They're used to guard the rear. As soon as she finished speaking, her aura started rising madly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1966. What's there to fear? Yang Yi stood there while Qin Xuan and the others were behind him. At this moment, Yang Yi's injuries were almost fully healed by the primordial violet energy. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Come with me. Yang Yi turned around once he finished speaking, and he was facing Amon's direction. Suddenly, one of them said, Big Sis told us to return to the city. Yang Yi took a deep breath and replied, If you want to return, you can go. If you want to come with me, you can come. Meanwhile, one of them reminded, Dire Wolf is at the Sea-Dao realm. Yang Yi suddenly looked at that person and said, What's there to fear? As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared below his feet, and then a ray of light shot into the sky. Qin Xuan suddenly laughed viciously. Yang Yi is right. What's there to fear? His figure shot after Yang Yi. Mad Saber and Ling didn't say a word because they'd vanished on the spot. What's there to fear? What's there to fear? Furious shouts resounded through the sky, and then they shot off into the sky. Dire Wolf gazed at Amon, whose aura was rising incessantly. Amon, you're really an admirable woman. However, you're insensible. Since that's the case, you can die. He was about to attack once he finished speaking. Suddenly, everyone looked up at the sky, and there were a few dozen rays of light there. They were led by a ray of light that contained sword energy. Dire Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of this. Amon's face fell instead. It didn't take long for everyone to appear here with Yang Yi in the lead. Amon looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Why? Why? Yang Yi chuckled. In my entire life, I never betray those who don't betray me. He gazed at Qin Chuan and the others. Dire Wolf is at the Sea Dao realm. Are you afraid? Qin Chuan suddenly asked. Are you afraid? Yang Yi roared with laughter and gazed at Dire Wolf. I've never known fear in my lifetime. Brothers, kill one and you break even. Kill two and you've made a profit. Let's fight them. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Dire Wolf. A second stage, enlightened realm expert against a Sea Dao realm expert. It didn't matter if he could defeat Dire Wolf or not. What mattered was that he dared to attack Dire Wolf. Just this moment made his status, in the hearts of everyone from Sky Residence City, undergo a change. Dire Wolf's face turned gloomy. You're courting death. He casually slapped his palm forward as he spoke. Just that caused Yang Yi to feel a wave of pressure slam down towards him. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, and he immediately activated his sword domain. With the sword domain to help him suppress it, Dire Wolf's aura was instantly suppressed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi arrived before Dire Wolf. Yang Yi drew his sword swiftly and swung it. Heaven Rend. At this moment, his Heaven Rend could be overlapped 100 times. Coupled with the sword domain, it was simply capable of obliterating the world. A solemn and surprised expression appeared in Dire Wolf's eyes when he sensed the energy within Yang Yi's sword. It wasn't strength that a second-stage true realm expert should possess. He stopped underestimating Yang Yi, and he stabbed his spear forward. It instantly stabbed against the tip of Yang Yi's sword. Bang! They split apart upon colliding, and they both moved backwards repeatedly. However, it didn't take long for Dire Wolf to stop himself while Yang Yi was pushed over 10 kilometers away. It was absolutely suppression from the gap in their realms of cultivation. If it wasn't for his sword domain, he may not have been able to resist Dire Wolf's attack. After all, he was a Sea Dao realm expert. He was even more terrifying than Yin Ho. But Yang Yi wasn't fighting alone. Once he was blasted backwards, Amon, Ling, and Mad Saber appeared before him while Qin Chuan and the others appeared around him while facing the members of the Dire Wolves. The atmosphere here became tense. Meanwhile, Amon suddenly gazed at Black Devil. Hood remained silent until now. Black Devil, even if you bow to him, you'll only be remaining alive for the sake of living. You're someone who achieved great things, so are you really willing to submit to another and kneel before him? Black Devil fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at Dire Wolf. My Devil Cave will deal with whatever the Dire Wolves throw at us. The Devil Cave had joined forces with Sky Residence City. Dire Wolf's face was quite unsightly. The Devil Cave could be considered to have truly allied itself with Sky Residence City. Even if the Dire Wolves could win against their joint forces, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, something unexpected might occur at any moment in this damnable place. To fight or not to fight? They entered into a long stalemate, and then Dire Wolf gazed at Yang Yi. I'll remember you. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and vanished with the other members of the Dire Wolves. He had a reason to hate Yang Yi. The Devil Cave hadn't joined forces with Sky Residence City earlier, and he was happy to see Amon's forces leave, because Amon would definitely die as a consequence. Then once only the members of Devil Cave remained, it would be even easier for him to deal with them. But he hadn't expected Yang Yi to lead the others back here. That changed everything. Black Devil glanced at Amon's group and said, "Everything's going to change now." Amon spoke solemnly. Black Devil, both your Devil Cave and my Sky Residence City are protected by grand formations. But do you really want to spend your life hiding and afraid of offending them? Black Devil spoke solemnly. We shall until we've attained the Sea Dao realm. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Amon replied, We still have to keep our pride and dignity, don't we? Black Devil glanced at her and said, Devil Cave won't come looking for trouble with Sky Residence City until we've attained the Sea Dao realm. Notify me if you need me. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with the other devil men. Amon glanced in the direction Black Devil's group had vanished towards, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. How are you feeling? Yang Yi shook his head. I'm fine. Actually, had been injured in his battle with Dire Wolf. Dire Wolf was too strong, so if he hadn't relied on the sword domain, he wouldn't have been able to resist even a single attack. Amon sized up Yang Yi and said, I underestimated you. Many of the others nodded slightly to display their agreement. They didn't have a clear understanding of Yang Yi's strength before this, but they did now. He was an existence who used a formation to kill around 20 devil men. Moreover, he was even an extraordinarily formidable figure who could fight a Sea Dao realm expert, while at the second stage of the enlightened realm. Of course, most importantly, Yang Yi was loyal. Actually, most of them agreed with Yang Yi's decision to lead them back here. Sky Resident City was a group, and none of them wanted to be abandoned. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he spoke seriously. The Dire Wolves will probably not let this matter rest. Do you have any plans? Amon glanced at the others and replied, I don't. All we can do is grow stronger, incessantly. Besides that, I want all of you to remember that our enemy, our true enemy, isn't the Dire Wolves. Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? The others gazed at her with puzzled expressions on their faces too. Amon pointed at the sky. Hell Mountain Range is over there, and there are countless powerful demon beasts in there. For some reason, they aren't showing themselves now, but I'm certain they will soon. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She shook her head. You'll find out soon. Let's go. All of them returned to Sky Resident City. Once they got back, Yang Yi went back to his spot, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his mind into his body. He went back to studying sword techniques. He hadn't fully researched all the sword techniques he got from the old man in Taoist robes. He had to fully comprehend them because only then could he use their essence to create his own techniques. Actually, Yang Yi had been almost unable to endure the temptation to learn these techniques, but he forced himself to stop in the end. It was best to cultivate what belonged to him. Just learning from others would force him on the path created by others, but while others could take that path, it may not necessarily be a path that he could take. In the next few days, Sky Resident City gradually became calm. As for the Dire Wolves, it was like they'd vanished into thin air and were never seen again. Even then, Amon still prohibited everyone from leaving the city without permission. The wyverns came every night, but they gradually grew in number. As for Yang Yi, he just sat there on the ground, and no one disturbed him. He was studying. Since he returned to Sky Resident City, Yang Yi just studied the sword techniques every single day. Once he finished studying them, he started comparing them and locating their weaknesses. As soon as it did that, he was horrified, because he gradually noticed the weakness of these techniques. In the beginning, he just noticed the problems in them, but an idea suddenly struck him later on. Mend them. He wanted to use the strong points of other techniques to mend the weaknesses of other sword techniques. Adopt the strong points of others to mend the weaknesses present. Just like that, time trickled by, and a month passed. As for in the primordial pagoda, almost a year had passed. In this year, Yang Yi had completely comprehended those sword techniques. Besides that, had improved many of them. But this process was quite difficult. However, once he succeeded, their might was improved tremendously. The sword. There was something Yang Yi hadn't noticed, and it was that while he hadn't created his own technique yet, every swing of his sword contained the influence of countless sword techniques. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1967. It'll protect you. Instinct. After he comprehended the essence of countless sword techniques, Yang Yi always engaged in self-reflection before he drew his sword. If he did it in this way, it would have too many flaws. It forced him to change his attacks. At this moment, Yang Yi finally understood some things. What did his sword Dao lack? It was too monotonous. While Head successfully simplified his sword Dao and made it even sharper and stronger, it was too monotonous. It was naturally because he hadn't seen many sword techniques. But now that Head gained these sword techniques from the old man in Taoist robes, Yang Yi had clearly leaped out of the well and saw the boundless starry sky that stretched to infinity. Every single sword technique represented a person's sword Dao. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on a huge rock, and he just sat there for 6 hours. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes, and there was a slightly bitter smile on his lips. Meanwhile, Ho Qing appeared in front of Yang Yi. Ho Qing asked, "What is it?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I want to create my own sword technique through these techniques, but I noticed that I'm not worthy of creating anything." Ho Qing asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Yi stood up. Every one of those sword techniques were extremely powerful, and every one of them has their own advantage. Simply speaking, I don't have the confidence to create something better than these sword techniques. Isn't that normal? Ho Qing continued. Which powerful sword technique wasn't created through painstaking effort? You're too impatient for success. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Ho Qing continued. Besides that, why insist on creating a sword technique? Sword techniques are like comprehending the Tao. You suddenly get a stroke of inspiration, and then it'll be created. If you try to create it by force, it may cause it to never be created instead. Forcing it. Yang Yi suddenly understood everything when he heard that. Had really been trying too hard in the last 2 days. Creating sword techniques had always been something that needed inspiration. Once he figured it out, Yang Yi wasn't depressed anymore. He continued his studies. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, and he recalled all the sword techniques. Every time he felt that there was something lacking, he would modify the techniques. Just like that, time trickled by again, and another year passed in the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi did just 2 things throughout this year. He studied sword techniques and spent time with Su Qingshi and the others. Sky Residence City. Qin Chuan pointed at Yang Yi and asked Yu Jing, "How long more until that fellow wakes up?" Yu Jing shrugged. "Who knows? That fellow has been sitting there for more than 2 months. What is he doing?" Qin Chuan replied, "Didn't Big Sis say that he may be comprehending something?" Qin Chuan puckered his lips and continued, "I think he's probably just lazy because he doesn't have to take the night watch if he does this." Yu Jing roared with laughter. Suddenly, Qin Chuan said, "He's awake." Yu Jing gazed at Yang Yi, and he saw Yang Yi standing up slowly. Meanwhile, some of the others gazed at Yang Yi as well. They were curious. Yang Yi had been meditating for a very long time. Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Qin Chuan and said, "Come, let's fight one-on-one." One-on-one. Everyone here was stunned. Qin Chuan blinked. "Did you go mad while you were cultivating?" Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. A ray of light flashed. A sword shot towards Qin Chuan's forehead. As soon as Yang Yi swung his sword, Amon, Mad Saber, and Ling opened their eyes. There was a trace of solemnness in their eyes. Yang Yi's sudden attack caused Qin Chuan's expression to change, but his reaction wasn't slow at all, and he was about to attack. However, his eyes suddenly opened wide, because Yang Yi's attack actually made him feel like he didn't know how to counterattack. At this moment, Yang Yi's attack made him feel like no matter what he did, he couldn't dodge or destroy it. It went straight for the heart. Yang Yi's sword stopped just a few inches away from Qin Chuan's forehead. Qin Chuan looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Why?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "I don't know either." Qin Chuan felt speechless. The heart sword. Meanwhile, Ling spoke abruptly. "According to rumor, powerful sword saints can strike straight at the heart. Their swords can destroy mountains, break rivers, destroy the sky, obliterate the earth, and crack the heart." Crack the heart? Yang Yi gazed at Ling. "What do you mean?" Ling shook his head slightly. "It's a very profound thing. Even I merely heard of it. Simply speaking, it cracks a person's Tao heart. It cracks a person's Tao heart and makes a person doubt themselves. Formidable sword cultivators can even destroy the Tao heart with a single strike, causing a person to be unable to improve further in their cultivation. However, you're clearly not at that level yet, but it's still amazing." Crack the heart. Yang Yi fell into deep thought. That attack hadn't been split-second or heaven-rend, and he hadn't used the sword domain. It was just a simple attack, but even Head sensed it. That attack wasn't ordinary at all, but he really didn't know what had happened to it. "I saw many shadows." Suddenly, Mad Saber spoke. Everyone gazed at him, and he glanced at Yang Yi. Your attack contained many shadows. If I'm not wrong, they should all be sword techniques. You fused them together. You should have fused many sword techniques together. Yang Yi gazed at Mad Saber. He really is extraordinary. He guessed almost everything with just a glance. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. That's enough. Meanwhile, Amon suddenly stepped forward and glanced at everyone. I'm going to southern Qilin Mountain, and I'm taking 2 people with me. Yang Yi, Mad Saber, and Ling. Which 2 of you want to come with me? Qin Chuan asked. We don't have immortal crystals anymore? Amon replied. That's one of the reasons. The second is that it's time for these 3 fellows to see southern Qilin Mountain for themselves. Mad Saber said. You make the decision. Amon nodded slightly. Mad Saber, you guard Sky Residence City. Yang Yi and Ling will come with me. Remember that you must not rashly leave the city and be ready to activate the Grand Formation at a moment's notice. Notify me if anything happens. Understand? Mad Saber nodded. Be careful. Amon gazed at Yang Yi and Ling. Let's go. She vanished into the sky once she finished speaking. Yang Yi and Ling immediately followed her. High above in the clouds, Amon had her hands behind her back while Yang Yi and Ling followed by her side. Amon spoke abruptly. Southern Qilin Mountain is at the border between the outside world and Hell Mountain Range. The top of that place is occupied by some formidable demon beasts and mysterious experts because there's spirit energy there. Even if it's quite scarce, it's still extremely precious in this place. Yang Yi asked, Is it very dangerous? Amon nodded. Very dangerous. Attained Dao Realm experts have been seen there. Just the aura from such experts is sufficient to annihilate us. Amon glanced at Yang Yi and Ling. Sky Resident City has the extraordinary geniuses of the various races, but they are like children standing before adults when they face those terrifying fellows on southern Qilin Mountain. It isn't because their natural talent is inferior to those fellows. It's because those kids aren't as ruthless. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Ruthless? Amon nodded. They're extremely ruthless. For the sake of fighting for some immortal crystals or spirit energy, those fellows act absolutely ruthlessly. As for those who aren't ruthless enough, it's impossible for them to survive there. She gazed at Yang Yi at this point. Do you know why I wanted to give Sky Residence City to you? Or perhaps, I should say, do you know why I thought so highly of you? Yang Yi asked, Why? Ruthlessness. Amon looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Your strength isn't even the most important point. The true reason I think highly of you is because you have an aura of ruthlessness. It can be said that no one in Sky Residence City is more ruthless than you, and it's something that I've only seen present in those monsters on eastern Qilin Mountain. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Amon continued, Ling and Mad Saber are strong, but both of them aren't ruthless enough. If they were alone, their strength would be enough to survive in this place without facing any difficulty. However, if they are tasked with leading those fellows, then those fellows would be in danger. Ling fell silent. Obviously, he agreed with Amon. Amon gazed at Yang Yi. The human race has 10 paradises, 3 holy grounds, the Shaman Hunter clan, and the mysterious divine strategy estate. Which one are you from? Yang Yi shook his head. None of them. Amon asked, You're really an independent cultivator? Yang Yi nodded, sort of. Ling glanced at Yang Yi with surprise. Meanwhile, Amon asked, How did you get here? Yang Yi spoke with a helpless tone in his voice. I was forced to come here. Amon asked, Who forced you? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and replied, Big sis, I'll just be honest. The people who forced me include the human race, devil race, demon race, sky race, barbarian race, shaman race. In short, every fucking race. Amon and Ling were stunned. A long time passed, and when she noticed that Yang Yi didn't seem like he was lying, she spoke solemnly. What did you do to make all the races want to kill you? Moreover, even the human race wants to kill you? Yang Yi shook his head. It hurts to even think about it. In any case, Sai, it fills me with so much despair. Suddenly, Amon patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. It's fine. If we can get out of here, I'll protect you. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1968, I'll Teach You. Ling gazed at Amon with quite a strange expression on his face. All the races in the large universe. Yang Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Amon to say that. However, regardless of whether she was telling the truth or not, Yang Yi was quite grateful right now. Meanwhile, Amon suddenly stopped. "We're here." Yang Yi and Ling looked up, and they could faintly see a mountain in the distance. "That's Southern Qilin Mountain." Amon spoke in a low voice. "It's the only spirit vein in this area." Spirit vein? Yang Yi looked up. Sure enough, he could sense fluctuations of spirit energy now. However, he thought of something, and it was that there were spirit veins in the primordial pagoda. They were the spirit veins Head gathered in the past. Of course, he didn't dare to let them outside. Wouldn't that be no different than courting death? Spirit veins were the scarcest resource in this place, and he had so many. He could imagine that if he revealed that he possessed that many spirit veins, he would definitely be surrounded by all the experts in this place. So, he couldn't expose their existence at all. Be careful. Amon's figure gradually descended to the ground. It didn't take long for all of them to arrive on the ground, and then Amon started restraining her aura. Yang Yi and Ling completely concealed their auras as well. The three of them arrived at the foot of Southern Qilin Mountain. But right when they were about to ascend the mountain, a black-clothed man suddenly appeared before them. The man scanned them and cracked a smile. 3 immortal crystals. Suddenly, a spiked club appeared in Amon's grasp, and then it shot through the air. Bang! The black-clothed man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. The black-clothed man glanced at his hands. They'd cracked open, and the sight of this made a ferocious expression appear on his face. Amon looked the black-clothed man in the eyes. "We don't have any immortal crystals, but we have 3 lives. Do you want that?" The black-clothed man glanced coldly at Amon, and then he grunted coldly and turned around with the intent to leave. Suddenly, a voice resounded. "Wait." The black-clothed man stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. Amon and Ling gazed at Yang Yi too because it was Yang Yi who'd said that. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp. He walked towards the man with his sword in hand. 3 immortal crystals. "Leave it here, and you can go." Amon glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. The black-clothed man's face was instantly covered with ferocity. "You're trying to rob me?" "I can't." Yang Yi's face was covered in ferocity as well, and then a ray of light flashed. Bang! The black-clothed man was blasted over 300 m away, but as soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi had appeared before him again, and then Yang Yi swung his sword once more. Boom! The black-clothed man, who was at the Here Dao realm, was blasted away once more. After Yang Yi swung his sword 10 times, the black-clothed man had been blasted over 3 kilometers away. He couldn't fight back at all. Amon and Ling exchanged glances, and they saw a wisp of shock in each other's eyes. The black-clothed man was even more shocked than they were, because he noticed that he actually felt like there was no way to counterattack Yang Yi's attacks. Sometimes, he forced himself to attack, but his attacks were instantly destroyed with ease. Suppression. He was being completely suppressed by Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's attacks flowed smoothly as he desired. It was truly flowing smoothly like his heart desired. Every single attack was executed freely. After he studied the sword techniques the old man in Taoist robes gave him, he knew that had undergone some sort of change. Unfortunately, he didn't know what it was. However, it was a good thing. At this moment, every single time the black-clothed man attacked, a few dozen methods to deal with the attack would appear in his mind, and those methods came from the sword techniques Head studied. All techniques should come naturally. The sword moves as the heart wills. Strike freely. These words were the summary of a sword technique, the heart killer sword. At this moment, Yang Yi was in a state similar to those words. The black-clothed man was being pushed back repeatedly, and there were a few dozen injuries on his body. In the end, 3 immortal crystals appeared before Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi and the black-clothed man were only 1 kilometer away from each other, and the man's eyes were filled with fear. Yang Yi glanced at the immortal crystals, and then he flicked them over to Amon. Amon glanced at them and remained silent. The black-clothed man glanced coldly at Yang Yi and vanished into the distance. Amon suddenly asked, "Why?" Obviously, she was asking why Yang Yi attacked the black-clothed man. Yang Yi walked over to her and replied, "Big sis, with the strength you possess, I'm sure you've noticed that there are others in the surroundings, right?" She nodded slightly. "There are at least 3 No-Dao realm experts amongst them." Yang Yi smiled. "Big sis, this is how the world works. The nice are bullied. Even though you tried to act domineeringly, you still seem quite kind in their eyes." "Kind?" Amon asked. "What do you mean?" Yang Yi answered, "You're not ruthless enough. I attacked because I wanted to tell them that we aren't afraid of trouble and dare to cause trouble too. If you want to avoid trouble when dealing with people like them, there's only a single way to accomplish that, and it's to be even fiercer, ruthless, and crueler than them." Ling glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Amon gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "Now, I kind of understand why you were able to survive being pursued by all the races." "All those races?" Yang Yi shook his head. Had been surviving through being hunted by people all his life. His experiences allowed him to understand a principle. The weak feared the strong, and the stronger feared the insane. Amon flicked the immortal crystals in front of her. One of them flew over to Ling while another appeared in front of Yang Yi. "I won't refuse it, but I won't take it all. Let's take one each, all right?" Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi wanted to refuse because he really didn't need it. However, he didn't say anything when he noticed her gaze. That strong woman before him was a stubborn person. "One each." Ling glanced at Yang Yi, and he didn't say thank you. As far as he was concerned, it didn't make a difference, and if he really wanted to thank Yang Yi, he should just remember this kindness in his heart. While it was only a small thing, it was still a nice thing that was done for him. "Let's go." She glanced at the surroundings and started walking into the mountain. It didn't take long for them to enter the center of the mountain. It was a completely different world here. Amon said, "The top of southern Chilan Mountain isn't a place we can go to, and the bottom isn't a place we can go to either. Because the deepest parts of this mountain and the top of it are the 2 ends of the spirit veins. So, those supreme experts own them. We're going to the center." Yang Yi asked, "The center?" Amon nodded. "Because the spirit energy in this mountain seeps out from above and below, that spirit energy gradually forms immortal crystals. Of course, it takes a very long time to form. Now, those experts will absolutely not let the spirit energy seep out anymore." Yang Yi spoke softly. "We're just picking what others missed." Amon nodded slightly. "We are. It's the only thing we can do, and even that is extremely dangerous. Because while some pick up what others miss, others take their lives." Amon sped up once she finished speaking. Yang Yi and Ling exchanged glances, and he was about to follow after her when Ling suddenly asked, "Do you know who from the spirit race was trying to kill you?" Yang Yi glanced at Ling and shook his head. "I don't know." "Why?" Ling shook his head slightly. "It's nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, he followed swiftly after Amon. Yang Yi shrugged on the spot and hurriedly followed after them. The inside of southern Chilan Mountain was huge, and it was simply boundless. Amon withdrew a small disc, and there was a fine black needle swaying lightly on it. Yang Yi asked, "What's that?" Amon replied, "A spirit energy detector. It has a very good chance of detecting where there's fluctuations of spirit energy and immortal crystals." "Spirit energy detector?" Yang Yi was stunned. He was about to speak when the needle on it started spinning swiftly. Amon was visibly happy from this, and she looked towards the right. "Let's go." Yang Yi and Ling immediately followed after her. Yang Yi and Ling followed Amon to a forest, and she stopped once she arrived here. The black needle on the spirit energy detector was pointing at the forest. A long time passed before Amon shook her head. "Let's leave." She turned around and walked away. Obviously, Shed noticed something. Yang Yi and Ling didn't say anything, and they just followed after her. Suddenly, A voice came from within the forest. Since you're here, why don't you come in? Amon stopped and gazed at Yang Yi and Ling. Looks like we can't leave now. Ling fell silent and didn't say anything. Yang Yi asked, they want to rob us again, right? Amon chuckled. It's a trick that some people here are fond of, and I encountered something similar in the past. However, it can't be avoided. It's part of the risk in this place. Yang Yi suddenly asked, have you robbed before? Amon was stunned and shook her head. Yang Yi cracked a smile. All right, then he'll teach you. Amon was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1969. 6 Slaughters of the Weapon Dao. Steal. Yang Yi really hadn't done that for many years, because nowadays, there were truly few things that could make him covet it. Would a rich man rob a beggar? Yet now, Yang Yi had no choice but to go back to his old ways, because he felt that he was quite poor. Amon glanced at Yang Yi and said, they aren't ordinary. I know. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at the forest. Meanwhile, the forest split apart, and a group emerged from within. For people, they were led by a middle-aged man, and he held a folding fan. An old man, a woman, and a black-robed figure were by his side. All of them were no Dao realm experts. Based on their respective forces, it was obvious that Yang Ye's side was at a complete disadvantage because only Amon was a Here Dao realm expert. The middle-aged man led the others over to around 300 m away from Yang Ye's group, and a slight smile curled up on his face when he noticed the realms of cultivation that Yang Yi and the others possessed. The middle-aged man was about to speak when Yang Ye's figure suddenly shook, and then he appeared just around 10 m away from the middle-aged man. An instant later, a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. The sword domain instantly enveloped them. At the same time, 36 ethereal swords appeared around them. Die! Yang Yi shouted. Hiss! 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 In an instant, rays of light crisscrossed, and the forest was instantly obliterated. The invincible sword domain. Yang Yi had immediately utilized the invincible sword domain, and it was naturally for the sake of taking them by surprise. The rays of sword energy crisscross and sliced through everything incessantly. Ripples surged out from amidst the sword energy, and this continued for almost 15 minutes before the sword energy gradually vanished. At this moment, all 4 of them were still standing. However, they looked quite miserable. The middle-aged man who led the group had lost his arms, and his entire body was covered in injuries. The others by his side were in a worse state, especially the old man amongst them. Half of his face was gone, heavily injured. While Yang Ye's sword formation hadn't been able to instantly kill them, it had heavily injured them in an instant. Yang Yi wasn't in a good state as well. The resistance they put up to stay alive had shaken his sword domain, causing him to suffer a certain amount of damage. However, it wasn't life-threatening, but it was clearly impossible for him to use the invincible sword domain again right now. Yang Yi gazed at Amon and Ling. What are you two standing there for? Attack. Amon glanced at him and didn't hesitate to charge forward. Ling followed closely behind her. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and started to recover with primordial violet energy. Yang Yi didn't pay any attention to Amon and the others. They were heavily injured, so Amon and Ling's strength were sufficient to deal with those fellows. Around half an hour later, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. At this moment, Yang Yi had almost fully recovered. Meanwhile, Amon arrived before Yang Yi. 2 of them escaped. 2 escaped. Yang Yi nodded slightly. If experts at this level were determined to flee, then it would be really difficult to kill them. Meanwhile, Amon flicked 12 immortal crystals to Yang Yi. We got these from the other 2 we killed. There were a total of 36 immortal crystals, so these 12 are yours. Don't refuse and take them. As she finished speaking, her voice carried a tone that allowed no refusal. Yang Yi didn't refuse. He took them and asked, Big sis, are you really in need of immortal crystals? Amon replied, everyone needs them. However, I'm also here to temper myself. This place allows me to feel a sense of danger, and I dare not relax at all." As she spoke, she glanced at the surroundings. "Let me take you to a place." She immediately flashed off into the distance once she finished speaking. Yang Yi and Ling quickly followed after her. Around an hour later, Amon suddenly stopped. There was a huge sword in front of them. The sword was around 300 m long and over 100 m wide. They simply seemed tiny like ants before it. There was a huge character inscribed in the center of it. There was a damaged wall behind the huge sword, and it was obvious from that damaged wall that this place was extremely grand in the past. Yang Yi gazed at Amon and asked, "What's this place?" Amon spoke in a low voice, "I'm not too sure. I may be a sect of the past. Come, let's go in and have a look." She walked in first. A scene of desolation covered the surroundings. It didn't take long for her to lead them to an old and damaged hall. A huge stone sword floated at the end of it, and it was floating with its tip facing the ground. It seemed like it was suppressing something. There was only a single statue in the hall. It was the statue of a middle-aged man. The man was looking ahead with his hands behind his back, and a sword without a sheath was hanging by his waist. Slaughter intent. For some reason, Yang Yi sensed a strand of horrifying slaughter intent. The weapon path. Yang Yi felt that the man before him was a member of the weapon path. Suddenly, Snowy's head emerged from beneath his shirt. Amon and Ling immediately looked at Snowy. Ling spoke solemnly, "A sprite lord." Yang Yi glanced at Ling. "You recognize her?" Ling glanced at Snowy and nodded slightly. "My spirit race has won." What is she doing with you?" Yang Yi smiled. "It's a long story." Ling nodded and didn't say anything. He just shot another glance at Snowy. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head. "What is it?" Snowy hadn't come out since he arrived here because it was a place without spirit energy, so she truly disliked it. Snowy pointed towards the right. Yang Yi was delighted when he saw this because Snowy had definitely sensed something. He immediately asked, "What's over there?" Snowy bit on her claw and thought for a moment, and then she started waving it swiftly. This time, even Yang Yi couldn't understand her. Yang Yi rubbed her head and smiled. "What the heck are you saying?" Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Snowy shrugged and revealed a helpless expression. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he gazed at Amon and Ling. "Let's head over and have a look." They glanced at Snowy and nodded. Snowy led them out of the hall and towards the right. This journey continued for an hour before they finally stopped. There was a small mountain in front of them, and there was nothing special about it. Only the mountain wall was extremely smooth like a mirror. Snowy pointed at the mountain wall. Yang Yi asked, "There's something in there?" Snowy blinked and shrugged. It meant that she didn't know. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Amon suddenly walked over to the wall and patted it lightly with her right hand. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi. "There's nothing in there." Snowy flew over to the wall and patted it lightly with her paw. Nothing happened. After that, she sniffed it slightly, gazed at Yang Yi, and then pointed at the wall. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "There's something there?" Snowy shook her head. Yang Yi's face darkened. "Is she playing a trick on me?" Meanwhile, Snowy patted the wall lightly and gazed at Yang Yi. This time, Yang Yi understood what she meant. The wall wasn't ordinary. Yang Yi walked over to it, glanced at it, and then slowly placed his right palm on it. In an instant, Yang Yi's expression changed. Blood red. Yang Yi's eyes had instantly turned blood red, and the slaughter intent within him swept out madly and surged into the wall. Amon and Ling's expressions changed at the sight of this, and they moved back slightly. Yang Yi's slaughter intent was ceaselessly surging into the mountain wall. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes, and then he appeared in a gray and hazy world. While he looked around at the surroundings, a middle-aged man appeared before him. The middle-aged man was the same man whom Yang Yi had seen in the hall. The middle-aged man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "The weapon is a path of cunning and slaughter. My weapon path is an unyielding and courageous path. Only those who submit before us may survive. Are you willing to inherit my weapon path's inheritance?" The weapon path's inheritance? Yang Yi was stunned and shook his head. "Senior, I've inherited the Tao path." He was a member of the Tao path, so he naturally couldn't inherit the weapon path. So what? The middle-aged man continued. You're courageous and unyielding, and you possess the aura of slaughter. You even possess the heart of slaughter. You're perfect for my weapon path. Now, they'll give you the Weapon Dao compilation and the 6 slaughters of the Weapon Dao. He didn't even give Yang Yi time to refuse before information suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's mind. The 6 slaughters of the Weapon Dao. Slaughter man. Slaughter the earth. Slaughter the sky. Slaughter all things. Slaughter the heart. Slaughter oneself. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes, and he gazed at the middle-aged man. Senior, I'm from the Dao path. I don't care. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Since you were able to get in here and meet me, it means we were destined to meet. It's the destiny that your Dao path believes in. Remember that the weapon path has 6 lines. Our line was completely annihilated because of a stupid mistake my senior brother made. We must take revenge for that. I can't do it, so I'll leave it to you. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, even though the weapon progenitor was at wrong too, it isn't completely his fault. Moreover, you can't defeat him anyway. So, don't try to take revenge from him. Your target is that bastard who calls himself the Weapon Immortal. Just for the sake of seizing a position of superiority in the weapon path, he used the time the weapon progenitor wasn't there to plot against our line. You just have to kill him. Yang Yi asked in a low voice, how strong is that fellow? The middle-aged man replied, above the sage realm. Yang Yi hurriedly said, I can't defeat him. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. That's your problem. Fuck you. Yang Yi flared up. I don't want your fucking inheritance. Go look for someone else. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1970. Sword and Slaughter. Above the Sage Realm? What did that represent? Yang Yi didn't know. In any case, he knew that person could kill him with absolute ease. He didn't want this inheritance anymore. He had enough trouble. You don't want it? The middle-aged man grunted coldly. It's too late. Yang Yi's face darkened. Inheritances require mutual consent. It's pointless to force it on someone. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment and replied, You're only aware of the danger, but do you know about the benefits? Benefits? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, What benefits? The middle-aged man replied, Our line focuses on slaughter, and you are born to cultivate in my line of the weapon path. The benefits. Yang Yi interrupted the middle-aged man, Senior. You should just tell me about the benefits. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched, and then he spoke solemnly. The benefit is that you'll obtain the 12 swords of slaughter. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, The 12 swords of slaughter? What rank are they at? The middle-aged man replied, The sage rank. You're currently at the enlightened realm. The Dao realm is above the enlightened realm, and the Zen realm is above the Dao realm. As for the sage realm, it's above the Zen realm. These swords are at the sage rank. They're amazing, right? The sage rank. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and withdrew the sovereign of man's sword. What rank is this at? The Xin. The middle-aged man's expression changed at the sight of it. He fell silent for a long time and gazed at Yang Yi. I never expected it to be in your hands. Yang Yi asked again, What rank is it? The middle-aged man replied, It doesn't have one. Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. It was jointly forged by many supreme experts, including the weapon progenitor of my weapon path. Its weapon spirit was even. He paused for a moment at this point and continued, It's called the Sword Supreme. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. The Sword Supreme? The middle-aged man nodded slightly. The superior of all swords. Yang Yi chuckled. Senior. See? The best sword is in my possession. So those 12 swords of yours are, can you use it? The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. If its sword spirit awakens, then you'll definitely be abandoned. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The middle-aged man added, Kid, The Weapon Dao compilation and 6 slaughters I gave you are extremely useful at your current level of strength. The compilation can improve your slaughter intent and purify your heart of slaughter. If you cultivate the 6 slaughters, then with the strength you currently possess and the fact that you're a sword cultivator, you'll definitely be able to bring out its full strength. Let me explain it like this. If you succeed at cultivating the 2nd slaughter, Earth, then even those kids out there won't be a match for you. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Are there any more benefits?" "Yes," the middle-aged man continued, "but I just don't know what they are for now." Yang Yi felt speechless. "Kid, I don't have much time." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man flicked a seal over to Yang Yi, and there was a small character on it. The middle-aged man said, "It's the weapon seal of our slaughter line. Now, you'll be the seal master of our slaughter line." The middle-aged man's figure gradually turned ethereal once he finished speaking. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "The swords, where are they?" The middle-aged man replied, "In the weapons cemetery outside Hell Mountain Range. Once you get there, you'll be able to subdue them with the weapon seal." Yang Yi asked, "Senior, are you alive or dead?" The middle-aged man chuckled, and his smile was quite terrifying. He didn't answer Yang Yi and just vanished. Yang Yi felt like he'd been dragged into a trap. The weapon path. He was a successor of the Dao path, and now he was part of the weapon path too. Moreover, he was in the line that had been annihilated. It was a horrible trap. Moreover, he hadn't jumped into it on his own. He'd been dragged in by force. Forget it. They'll just deal with things one step at a time. Yang Yi started to recall the 6 slaughters of the Weapon Dao. The 6 slaughters of the Weapon Dao could be split into manslaughter, earth slaughter, sky slaughter, slaughter all things, heart slaughter, self-slaughter. Slaughter. Its core was slaughter. There was one more thing. It didn't have any set moves, and it was what made it special. Since it had no moves, one would naturally have a killer move if one's mental state was at the right level. It was completely similar to his current sword Dao. His current sword Dao stressed upon attacking as the heart willed it. The 6 slaughters stressed upon the same thing. It was extremely suitable for him. Manslaughter. Yang Yi started to study manslaughter first. Manslaughter. Kill others with your body. There are a myriad of ways to kill. This move contains techniques to kill people. When cultivated to the extreme, just a thought can kill. Yang Yi's face gradually turned solemn as he read through it. It was formidable. Extremely formidable. That was Yang Yi's evaluation of the 6 slaughters. Yang Yi had killed many, and he had many techniques to kill. Even his intent to kill was extremely strong and pure. However, he was only barely able to cultivate the manslaughter portion of the technique. It wasn't that his intent to kill wasn't pure enough. It was because his skill at killing wasn't sufficient. The techniques of killing contained within manslaughter were too numerous. Moreover, after he started looking through it, Yang Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. So people can even be killed like that. Some methods of killing were like art. But all he did in the past was take his enemies' heads, stab them in the forehead. His methods of killing were too monotonous. The sword Dao, the slaughter Dao. Yang Yi noticed that they didn't conflict at all. Time trickled by. In the world outside, Ling suddenly asked Amon, "He?" Amon glanced at Yang Yi and said, "It's his fortune." Meanwhile, Snowy flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder, sized up Yang Yi, and then gazed at Amon and Ling before waving her claws. She was asking them when Yang Yi would wake up. But how could Ling and Amon understand her? They exchanged glances and shook their heads. Snowy blinked, and then she laid down on Yang Yi's shoulder. While she didn't like the outside world here, Yang Yi was in danger right now, so she had to protect him. She hadn't forgotten how Shed obliterated an extraordinary expert with one punch that day. As far as she was concerned, besides the pagoda, Yang Yi was the strongest existence in this world, and then she was ranked 3rd. Suddenly, Amon looked off into the distance. Someone's coming. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Ling turned around. 3 people suddenly appeared not too far away from them, and it was the woman in a green dress who led the ground. 2 young men were by her side. They stopped upon noticing Amon and Ling. Amon and Ling were visibly vigilant. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze descended onto Yang Yi's shoulder, and a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes when she saw Snowy, a sprite lord. Snowy glanced at the woman, and then patted Young Yes's shoulder lightly. She was telling him to wake up because someone wanted to steal her. Snowy had seen similar gazes in the past. All the people who wanted to take her had such gazes. Meanwhile, the woman led the young men towards Ling and Amon. They were less than 10 m away from each other. The woman gazed at Amon, and then she pointed at Snowy. 30 immortal crystals. Will you see it? 30 immortal crystals. Snowy blinked, and then fury appeared on her face. Moreover, Shed even clenched her fists. She was furious. She was actually only worth 30 immortal crystals? It was an insult. Snowy had never felt so insulted. Amon hadn't even spoken when Snowy waved her claw, and then 30 immortal crystals appeared before her. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. 30 immortal crystals may be nothing in the outside world, but they were extremely precious in this place. None of them had expected Snowy to just produce 30 immortal crystals. Meanwhile, Snowy flipped her palm, and the immortal crystals fell to the ground. After that, Snowy patted her paws together and acted like those immortal crystals were trash. Everyone felt speechless when they witnessed this. Amon shook her head slightly because while Snowy had made a show of strength, they were in deep trouble. She couldn't really wrap her head around why even this little fellow had a temper like that. However, only someone rich could toss 30 immortal crystals on the ground like they were trash. The woman's gaze grew even brighter when she saw Snowy act with such intelligence. She sized up Snowy and said, "How rare! You've grown to such a level. I didn't expect to get such a pleasant surprise on this trip to the dead dimension." She gazed at Amon and continued, "That sprite lord is mine. Is that so?" Amon glanced indifferently at the woman. "Why don't you give it a try?" The woman grinned, and then one of the young men by her side vanished on the spot. He was in front of Amon when he appeared again. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Amon was blasted over 1 kilometer away, but it only took a moment for her to vanish on the spot. Bang! The man was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away. Moreover, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. "You have some skill." The woman grinned and was about to attack. However, Snowy suddenly appeared in front of Amon. She pointed at herself, and then pointed at the woman in a green dress. This time, Amon understood Snowy. Snowy was telling Amon that she would deal with them. Amon hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can you?" Snowy nodded while confidence covered her face. Amon nodded slightly. "Then go ahead." Snowy turned to look at the woman, and then she clenched her right fist and slammed it forward. Her fist shot forward. Nothing happened. Snowy blinked. She glanced at her fist and swung it again. Nothing happened again. Snowy refused to believe it and swung a few more punches in succession. But nothing happened. Snowy glanced at the woman, glanced at her fist, and then turned around to gaze at Amon before waving her claws lightly. She was telling Amon to do it instead. Amon was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1971. Slaughter those in sight. Snowy gazed at her little fist while bewilderment filled her eyes. Why isn't it working? Snowy wondered. The woman in a green dress revealed undisguised fondness when she saw Snowy act in such an intelligent manner. Since she liked Snowy, she wanted Snowy for herself. The woman gazed at Amon. "While a sprite lord is good, your life is better, right?" Amon looked the woman in the eyes. "That's what I want to tell you. Looks like you're very confident." The woman chuckled, and then she tapped her finger forward. A speck of green light flashed, and then it suddenly grew larger and instantly enveloped Amon. Amon stretched out her hand. There was a spiked club in her grasp. She raised it and swung it horizontally. Boom! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then a figure was shot out. The figure passed through the violet light and arrived before the woman. It was Amon. Once she arrived before the woman, Amon's spiked club slammed down at the woman. Crack! The space around her started to crack like a mirror. The woman's expression remained indifferent. When the spiked club arrived, just around a few dozen centimeters away from her, a green needle that was thin as the hair of an ox stabbed against the top of the spiked club. It was quite amusing to see a needle strike a spiked club, but that tiny needle stopped Amon's spiked club from moving even a centimeter lower. A smile curled up on the corners of the woman's mouth, and then she twisted her hand. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Amon was blasted over 300 m away. While her figure flew backwards, her spiked club shot out from her grasp, and it whistled through the air as it shot towards the woman in a green dress. Meanwhile, the woman flicked something forward. Swish! A green needle shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The fine needle forced Amon's spiked club to a stop in midair. The needle and club were in a stalemate in midair. Suddenly, a green chest appeared before the woman. Amon's expression suddenly became solemn when she saw the green chest. The woman grinned. The myriad needle chest. It only annihilated a no-Dao realm expert in an instant. However, every use will reduce its lifespan. She pointed at Snowy and continued, I only want it, I don't want to kill anyone. Snowy blinked. She gazed at Amon, glanced at the woman, and then patted Yang Ye's shoulder lightly. She was telling him to hurry up. Amon spoke indifferently. It killed a no-Dao realm expert in an instant? Come, let me try. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. She was about to attack when Snowy suddenly leaped up. Everyone gazed at Snowy, but Snowy gazed at Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi had opened his eyes. Snowy flew over to Yang Yi, and then she wrapped her claws around Yang Ye's face and kissed him. After that, she flashed into the primordial pagoda. But it only took a moment for a tiny head to emerge from Yang Ye's chest. Snowy gazed at the woman in a green dress, and then gestured at her. She was telling the woman to come at her. She was telling the woman to come play in the pagoda. In the pagoda, Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head. The latter cracked a smile, and then quickly entered the pagoda again. The 6 slaughters of the weapon Dao. At this moment, Yang Yi was still thinking about that technique. It filled him with thoughts and ideas. Meanwhile, the woman's voice pulled him back to reality. You are the Sprite Lord's master? Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at her. I'm not her master, but she's mine. Besides that, I'm not selling that little fellow. So, fuck off. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was shocked. When did I become so overbearing and vicious? Amon and Ling glanced at Yang Yi as well, and they seemed to have noticed that he was slightly different. The woman frowned when she heard Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly started walking in the woman's direction. Kill. At this moment, there were 10,000 ways to kill in Yang Ye's mind, and he only wanted to kill right now. He couldn't stop himself from wanting to kill. Yang Yi was shocked by his thoughts, and he hurriedly stopped. Meanwhile, Amon and Ling arrived by his side and asked softly, What's wrong? They noticed that there was something off about Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Amon. I really want to kill. Amon was stunned speechless. The 6 slaughters of the weapon Dao. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Obviously, the 6 slaughters had affected him. Because even though Head gotten used to killing in the past, Head never had such a strong desire to kill. Yang Yi shook his head and suppressed the murderous thoughts in his heart. After that, he looked up at the woman in a green dress. I'll repeat myself one last time. I'm not selling the little fellow. The woman's brows raised up slightly. What if I insist? Insist my ass. Yang Yi suddenly howled with fury, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. He was in front of the woman when he appeared again. His sword stabbed straight at her. It wasn't the same as his previous attacks. It was a little strange and a little complicated. That was the woman's impression of Yang Ye's attack, because she actually felt like there was no way to deal with it. He can't be underestimated. The woman tapped the tip of her foot against the ground, and her figure floated around 3 kilometers back. However, Yang Ye's sword was still in front of her. It was like his sword was stuck to her. Her gaze gradually became icy cold. She flipped her right palm, and then 3 rays of green light shot forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi flicked his sword a few times, and just that obliterated the 3 rays of green light. Yang Ye's sword shot forward. Hiss. An arm flew up into the air. It was the woman's arm. The other two young men's expressions changed drastically at the sight of this. One of them immediately charged at Yang Yi, but Yang Ye's sword, which was shooting towards the woman, suddenly changed directions. The man was horrified when he saw Yang Ye's sword stab at him, because he noticed to his horror that he actually didn't know how to resist it. Actually, it wasn't impossible to stop. The problem was that Yang Ye's attack had cracked his mental state. Visit Rieadl. Me for extra chapters. It cracked his heart. In the past, while Yang Ye's attacks were sharp and fierce, they didn't strike straight at the heart. Yet now, after Head absorbed the essence of countless sword techniques, his attacks were gradually changing. They were changing to attacks that struck the heart. Besides that, after he absorbed the 6 slaughters technique, his mental state and sword Dao underwent another change. Yang Yi hadn't fully figured out what had changed, and he didn't have time to do that right now. All he wanted to do now was kill. The man in front of Yang Yi would naturally not just stand there and wait for death to arrive. He flipped his palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp before he stabbed it at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw the man's attack. It was filled with flaws. As soon as the man launched the attack, Yang Yi noticed that the man's attack was simply covered in flaws. The sword arrived in front of Yang Ye's chest. Yang Yi didn't give it any further thought and just casually swung his sword. Hiss! The man's sword was instantly sliced into 2, and a head flew up into the air. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. After instantly killing the man, Yang Yi turned around and vanished on the spot. The man had been a peak 5th stage enlightened realm expert, and he was just half a step away from the Dao realm. However, had been instantly annihilated by a single attack from Yang Yi. After Yang Yi killed the man, he turned to look at the other young man, and then his sword appeared before the young man. The young man's expression changed drastically, and his figure shot over 10 kilometers back. He created distance between him and Yang Yi while fear filled his eyes. While he was at the Dao realm, his heart was filled with fear. Because Yang Ye's attack was too strange. It was dangerous. He sensed a strong feeling of danger. Yang Yi planned to continue his assault, but Amon obstructed his path. She placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Yang Yi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Quite some time passed before Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "I don't know. I just have a strong desire to kill." Amon frowned. "What happened earlier?" Yang Yi didn't conceal it. "I met someone, and I got some things from him." Amon's frown deepened. "I need to calm down and clear my mind." Yang Yi took a deep breath. Presently, even he felt that his current state was quite bad. Both his sword Dao and weapon Dao weren't very stable. Especially his attainments in the weapon Dao, it wasn't just unstable, it was extremely dangerous. Kill. He had a really strong desire to kill. Even someone like him who killed without batting an eyelid knew that it was definitely not a thought that a normal person should have. Amon said, "Let's leave." Yang Yi nodded. He needed to meditate and calm down. The woman in the green dress didn't stop them because she still felt a sense of lingering fear towards Yang Ye's previous attack. Even if she was absolutely stupid, it was obvious that Yang Yi wasn't ordinary. A sprite lord wasn't worth the risk. Suddenly, a group appeared near Yang Ye's group. There were 4 of them. All of them were at the Dao realm. Moreover, Yang Yi, Amon, and Ling recognized 2 of them. They were the 2 who'd escaped from the group of 4 that had tried to rob them a while back. The man revealed a vicious smile as he gazed at Yang Yi and the others. "You didn't expect to see us so soon, right?" Amon was about to speak when she suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. "I don't think I can stop myself anymore." The 6 slaughters of the weapon Dao. Manslaughter. Manslaughter represented killing everyone in sight. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1972. The Sword Dao. The Slaughter Dao. Kill everyone in sight. Actually, it wasn't a complicated idea at all. Amongst the 6 lines in the weapon path, the line Yang Yi inherited focused on slaughter. Slaughter was naturally the act of killing people. Yang Yi didn't know that people who just started cultivating the six slaughters were usually in a much worse state than he was in. They didn't just have the desire to kill everyone they saw, they even wanted to kill their loved ones. Of course, those who just started cultivating the six slaughters would usually do so in a special place. The weapon path was naturally not a path that was cruel and inhumane. But because Yang Yi was a sword cultivator who possessed the enlightened sword heart, he was able to maintain his sanity. While he wanted to kill, he wouldn't just kill anyone he saw. Amon glanced at Yang Yi, and she noticed that Yang Yi had his fists clenched and was forcefully keeping himself from attacking. Meanwhile, the man laughed ferociously. "Didn't you like to steal?" Now, the man's voice stopped abruptly. Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. He was in front of the man when he appeared again, and then a sword shot towards the man's chest. All four of their expressions changed slightly as they hadn't expected Yang Yi to just attack abruptly. However, their reaction was extremely swift, and they immediately attacked when Yang Yi did. Attack. Amon planned to attack once she finished speaking, but the scene before her rendered her stunned on the spot. Hiss! A head suddenly flew up into the air, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Amon and Ling had watched as Yang Yi casually sliced off the man's head. The man was a Dao realm expert, but Yang Yi had taken his head just like that. Moreover, Yang Yi's attack seemed like an ordinary swing of the sword, and there was nothing special about it. After he instantly killed the man, Yang Yi immediately gazed at another one of them, and then he similarly stabbed his sword forward. This time, Amon and the others watched carefully. When Yang Yi's sword arrived before the man, he was first quite lost, but it didn't take long for him to react, and his spear swept down at Yang Yi. They were watching in slow motion. When Yang Yi's sword was about to come into contact with the man's spear, the sword in his grasp suddenly vanished. Hiss! At the moment Yang Yi's sword vanished, the man's body stiffened. An instant later, his body fell backwards. Ling asked solemnly, "How did he die?" Amon clenched her fists. "He was dead when he swung his spear." Ling gazed at her with astonishment. "How can that be possible?" Amon shook her head slightly. "It's inconceivable to me too. His sword contains too much, and I'm only able to see a little of it. However, he clearly hasn't absorbed it completely, because his attacks seem quite messy. If he's able to merge them completely into one, it'll be even more terrifying." She paused for a moment at this point and continued, "Besides his sword, I sense something else. The aura of slaughter he emanated is too strong." Ling looked over to the battlefield where two had already fallen. When the other two saw Yang Yi kill two Dao realm experts with such ease, panic finally filled their hearts. Those capable of surviving here were naturally not cowards, but the strength Yang Yi revealed and the slaughter intent he emanated were truly too terrifying. Flee. They decisively chose to flee. Yang Yi didn't chase after them. He stayed on the spot instead. At this moment, his desire to kill was extraordinarily strong, but his mind was still clear. He was very well aware that he wasn't normal right now. A long time passed before Yang Yi finally felt his intent to kill reduce slightly, and then he looked towards the side. The woman in a green dress from before was standing there. The woman looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "The six slaughters of the weapon Dao." Yang Yi frowned. "Who are you?" She took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. "I didn't expect it to have fallen into your hands. We'll meet again." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the distance with the other young man by her side. The six slaughters of the weapon Dao. Yang Yi took a deep breath while a slightly lost expression appeared in his eyes. Because the six slaughters could actually affect his mind. However, it made sense. After all, the weapon path was an existence that could rival the Dao path. Even though he didn't know much about the weapon path and Dao path, he was very well aware that they weren't existences that the 10 paradises or 3 holy grounds could be able to hold a candle to. Regardless of whether it was the sword techniques that the old man in Taoist robes had given him, 6 slaughters of the weapon Dao, or the weapon Dao compilation, they required careful studying and absorbing of the information within them. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Amon. "Let's go." Amon nodded slightly. They didn't leave southern Qilin Mountain, and they just looked for an empty cave. Amon said, This place should be safe. Yang Yi nodded, and then he sat down cross-legged. Big sis, brotherling, they'll be meditating for a while. Thanks. Amon nodded slightly, and then she left the cave with Ling. In the cave, Yang Yi entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi went to Ho Qing and asked, Senior, do you know about the weapon path? Ho Qing fell silent for a long time before he replied, Kid, I didn't want you to come into contact with that level of experts because your strength wasn't sufficient. But now it seems like you've been swept into it from the beginning. Yang Yi said, Senior, please explain it to me. Ho Qing nodded slightly. There are some powers that reign supreme in the large universe. They reign supreme above all the races, and they are the Tao path, Buddhist path, weapon path, and Confucianist path. This pagoda of yours belongs to the Tao path. Yang Yi asked, They reign supreme above all the races. Ho Qing nodded and explained, They are truly supreme existences. However, there are lots of problems between them too. For example, the Tao path is divided into many lines. If it didn't have such a formidable enemy like the Buddhist path, then perhaps it would have fallen into internal strife a long time ago. That isn't a problem that only the Tao path has. The Buddhist path, weapon path, and Confucianist path aren't very peaceful internally. Visit Rieadl. Me for extra chapters. The Tao path and weapon path. Yang Yi fell silent. Had been swept into these powers, and it was probably more troublesome than being pursued by all the races. Meanwhile, Ho Qing added, Kid, that's all I know. The 6 slaughters of the weapon Tao that you obtained isn't ordinary, and you must remember to be careful when cultivating it. However, it's an absolutely huge, fortuitous encounter for you. Your sword Tao wasn't the only reason that you were able to kill those Tao realm experts with such ease. The 6 slaughters played an important role as well. Yang Yi nodded. I have to study it well. Ho Qing nodded slightly, and then he seemed to have thought of something and added, Right, there's another power that can compare to the 4 paths? Yang Yi asked, Which one? The God race. Ho Qing spoke solemnly, and his voice was quite serious when he spoke those words. The God race? Yang Yi asked, I heard you speak about them in the past. What kind of race are they? Ho Qing explained, They're a race that appeared a very long time ago, and they're even much older than the human race. At that time, there was only a single other race in the large universe, and it was the human race. It can be said that their civilization was much more advanced than the human civilization. Yang Yi asked, and then? Ho Qing spoke indifferently, What do you think would happen when 2 different civilizations and races meet? Yang Yi replied, Fight. Ho Qing nodded. Exactly. In the end, all the other races led by the human race won. Yang Yi asked, Then what happened to the God race? Ho Qing shook his head slightly. They vanished without a trace. However, their strength is beyond doubt. The God race. Yang Yi recalled the jade slip and the beast on it. Qiong Qi had said that it was the God race's guardian beast. As for the jade slip itself, it belonged to Jir. So, what was her background? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time, and then he shook his head and decided to stop thinking about it. The important matter at hand was to perfect his attainments in the sword Tao and weapon Tao. Otherwise, he would be in a mess. The 6 slaughters of the weapon Tao, manslaughter. Actually, Yang Yi could be considered to have cultivated it successfully. Manslaughter was about killing people, and Yang Yi had killed enough in his lifetime. So, he had a huge amount of experience when it came to killing people. However, he lacked something. It was control. The 6 slaughters wasn't a technique to transform its cultivators into machines of slaughter. In order to truly succeed in the cultivation of manslaughter, the goal was to be able to choose whether to kill or not. Simply speaking, it was to control the desire to kill and not the opposite. To kill or not to kill was in complete control. Simply speaking, he had to become normal like he had been in the past. Manslaughter had 2 benefits. Firstly, the stronger one's desire to kill was, the stronger one's aura of slaughter would be. This aura of slaughter could become part of a person's overall aura, and it was extremely useful when using the aura to suppress others, especially when his sword Tao had attained the level of being able to crack the heart. So, adding such an aura onto that was simply like giving wings to a tiger. That was why he had been able to kill Tao realm experts in an instant. Besides that, There was one other benefit, and that was technique. Manslaughter didn't have any fixed moves, but he provided many different ways to kill. These methods were absolutely incredible for a sword cultivator like him who was fond of close-quarter combat. The sword Dao and slaughter Dao, they didn't conflict at all. Conversely, they were similar in many aspects. Now, his goal was to completely absorb and merge them. Both his sword Dao and slaughter Dao were in quite a mess right now. Yang Yi believed that once he fully absorbed it all and merged them together, then his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Just like that, time trickled by. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi started to meditate and think in silence, but as time passed, he started to train with the sword. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1973, Burial Sword. Training with the sword. Slash, stab, chop, flick. He was just training with these basic moves. His sword had once been complicated and then simplified. Now, he was making it complicated again and simplifying it once more. It was still being simplified, but its level was completely different. Because while it was complicated in the past, he hadn't learned that much, so it was very easy to simplify. Yet now, had learned so much, and it couldn't be compared to the past. Thus, simplifying it now was at least 10 times greater than it had been in the past. Besides that, he was fusing them together too. The sword Dao and the weapon Dao. Time trickled by. A month had passed in the outside world. Amon and Ling stood on guard outside the cave throughout the month. Ling asked, "Is that fellow all right?" Amon glanced into the cave and shook her head. He should be. He had a fortuitous encounter, and he should be digesting all of it now. Ling suddenly asked, "Why didn't you ask him why all the other races were trying to kill him?" Amon spoke indifferently. "It doesn't change anything, right?" Ling thought for a moment and nodded. "True." Amon wanted to say more, but she suddenly frowned slightly. A short while later, she said, "Sky Residence City is in trouble." Ling was about to say something, but Amon added, "You stay here. I'll head back." Ling hurriedly said, "I'll go with you." Amon shook her head slightly. "He needs someone to help protect him." "Don't worry, I can deal with it." Amon vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Ling's brows were pressed together tightly as he sat there. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi arrived before a waterfall, and a tall mountain stood before him. Countless torrents of water were crashing down from it and entering the pool before his feet, causing water to spray towards the surroundings. It was quite a magnificent sight. Yang Yi stood before the waterfall, and his heart was calm as water. A long time later, he suddenly opened his palm slowly, and a sword appeared in his grasp. The tip of the sword was facing downwards, and it was spinning swiftly while pointed at his palm. Suddenly, the sword stopped. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, cracks appeared on the mountain, and they seemed like a spider web. After that, a gust of wind blew by, and the mountain instantly transformed into powder that dispersed into the air. The entire mountain had vanished like it never existed. Once the mountain vanished, the space where it had been was covered in cracks. A spiderweb that was over 300 m long appeared before Yang Yi. While he seemed to have only launched a single attack in that instant, Yang Yi had actually attacked at least 1,000 times. 1,000 swings in a breath of time. That wasn't difficult for him at all. Of course, it didn't possess such power merely because Head launched 1,000 attacks. There was one other reason, and it was because they carried the essence of 10,000 sword techniques. Moreover, Head included the killing techniques of manslaughter, fusion of the weapon Dao and sword Dao. That attack was much stronger than the invincible sword domain Head created in the past. However, Yang Yi didn't enhance his attack with the sword domain. The reason he hadn't was because he didn't dare to. Using the sword domain would exhaust a huge amount of his strength. But while that previous attack was powerful, it exhausted a huge amount of strength as well. So, if he combined them both, they would be extremely strong, but the consumption would be enormous too. The slightest mistake may cause him to cripple himself before he could even launch the attack. His realm of cultivation. At this moment, Yang Yi knew that he had to improve his cultivation. His cultivation was his foundation, and the second stage of the enlightened realm was far insufficient right now. Yang Yi took a deep breath on the spot and raised his palm. A sword appeared on his palm once more. Yang Yi grinned as he gazed at the sword, which was spinning rapidly above his palm. Since it's a fusion of 10,000 sword techniques and the 6 slaughters, they'll call it burial. Who can't I bury while I have my sword in my hand? Yang Yi put the sword away. He didn't leave the primordial pagoda because he had something else to do. It didn't take long for him to arrive in the clouds, and he stood there with his sword in hand. Suddenly, the clouds stopped floating, and then they slowly moved away. The aura of the sword and slaughter. The pressure from these two auras made the clouds avoid him or disperse. At the same time, the space around him gradually started shaking like an earthquake was running through it. Suddenly, numerous afterimages appeared here. They were Yang Yi's afterimages. These afterimages surrounded Yang Yi and appeared successively. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's afterimages to cover a huge area around him. Yang Yi was still standing on the spot without moving an inch. Ho Qing's face gradually became solemn as he watched this. At this moment, even he couldn't determine which one was Yang Yi's real body. Yang Yi seemed like he hadn't moved at all, but Ho Qing knew that the Yang Yi who stood on the spot was actually just an afterimage. Suddenly, Snowy raised her claw and pointed at one of the afterimages in the sky. She was asking what Yang Yi was doing. Ho Qing looked up, and the afterimages there were gradually vanishing. The spot Snowy was pointing at was where Yang Yi was standing. Ho Qing turned and gazed at Snowy with astonishment. You knew that was his real body? Snowy blinked and acted as if she didn't understand what he was saying. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of Snowy. He rubbed her little head and asked, How did you know that was me? Right, what I'm asking is that there were so many of me. So how did you know which one was me? Snowy blinked, and it took her some time to figure out what Yang Yi was asking her. She immediately pointed at Yang Yi and smiled. Yang Yi grinned. Snowy's answer was that she just knew. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, Ho Qing suddenly said, I understand now. This little fellow is a sprite lord, and coupled with the fact that she obtained the aura of a sage. If I'm not wrong, all illusions are useless against her. Her eyes can see the truest of everything. Yang Yi turned to gaze at Snowy's chubby face and smiled. Looks like my Snowy is really amazing. Snowy cracked a smile and rubbed her head against Yang Yi's cheek. Meanwhile, Ho Qing suddenly asked, What was that? Yang Yi replied, A thought I had. I've been training every day without end, and I ceaselessly modified my techniques throughout that time. Today, I finally figured out the last problem and succeeded. Ho Qing asked, A movement technique? Yang Yi shook his head. A killing technique? I call it shadow sword. When I kill, they'll only see my shadow and not me. He smiled with confidence and continued, If I'm to be frank, if I fight an ordinary Dao realm expert now, I can kill an expert like that before he has a chance to react. Ho Qing laughed bitterly. The speed you grow at is really too quick. Yang Yi took a deep breath. It's all thanks to the old man in Taoist robes and the middle-aged man from the weapon path. The reason Head improved so much was because Head obtained those 10,000 sword techniques and the 6 slaughters. If he didn't get those, then he wouldn't have been able to possess such strength even if he cultivated bitterly for 10 more years. Natural talent and hard work were important, but fortune was similarly important. Yang Yi had all of them. Ho Qing nodded slightly, actually, so long as you reveal your identity upon returning to the outside world, I'm sure all the races will probably stop chasing after you. The Dao path or the weapon path are more than enough to make them give up. Yang Yi smiled, but it may make me die even quicker, right? Ho Qing nodded, indeed. He was from the Dao path and possessed the number 1 treasure of the Dao path. Perhaps he would be safe with the old man in Taoist robes there to protect him, but if the old man didn't pay attention to him for just a moment, he may die in that time. Hidden schemes may not be that terrifying, but what about those schemes that openly led him into a trap? As for the weapon path, it was worse. The line Head inherited had been annihilated by someone. Moreover, it had been internally annihilated. So, if he exposed his identity, he would die before he even knew what hit him. Yang Yi was very well aware that there was only one situation where the members of the Dao Path wouldn't dare to look for trouble with him, and the members of the Weapon Path wouldn't dare to do so as well. Moreover, they would do their best to draw him over to their side. That situation was one where he possessed formidable strength. When he was able to bring greater value to them, they wouldn't even allow him to die. But he was far from that right now. Presently, he couldn't entrust his life to the Dao Path or Weapon Path. He had to rely on himself. Ho Qing nodded slightly. It's good that you think that way. It's best to rely on yourself. So, what do you plan to do next? What I plan to do? Yang Yi chuckled. I'll first go collect the 12 swords in the weapon cemetery, and then I'll find a way to leave this place and go to the sky dimension. The sky dimension? Ho Qing spoke solemnly. Even though you've grown extremely strong now, you're still unable to fight against the sky race. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he replied, I'm going to ask for Zir, not to kill. Ho Qing asked, what if they refuse? A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I'll kill until they do. Yang Yi chatted with Ho Qing for a while before he left the primordial pagoda. Outside the cave, Yang Yi took a deep breath when Ling suddenly appeared before him. You've finally come out. Yang Yi asked, what's wrong? Where's Big Sis? Ling replied solemnly, the dire wolves and Devil Cave have joined forces. Sky Residence City and her are in trouble. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and then he looked up into the sky. I haven't killed in so long. I miss it a little. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1974. I have a technique. Sky Residence City. Amon led the group on the city walls. At this moment, all of them had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. On the ground below, Dire Wolf and Black Devil led the group, and the experts from Devil Cave and the Dire Wolves were behind them. They joined forces. Amon hadn't expected them to suddenly join forces. It was a disaster for Sky Residence City. Amon. Meanwhile, Dire Wolf spoke abruptly. They'll give you one last chance. Submit, and you'll have a chance to live. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Submit? Amon looked down at Black Devil. Black Devil, I never expected you to be willing to submit to someone else. What a surprise. Black Devil's expression didn't change at all, and he spoke indifferently. Amon, the wise submit to fate. Don't be rash and bring disaster to the brothers who stand behind you. Amon glanced at the others. Do all of you want to submit? Qinchuan chuckled. Well, do as you say. Of course, I won't agree if you want to surrender. I can't afford the humiliation I'd suffer if word of it spreads to the outside world. The others behind Amon made their opinions clear as well. They refused. The followers were usually just like their leader. Amon turned to look at Dire Wolf. See that? My brothers refused to submit. Dire Wolf's gaze gradually became icy cold. Since that's the case, all of you can just die. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. In an instant, the others behind him transformed into rays of black light that shot towards the city. Amon ordered, activate the formation. Rumble. For pillars of light suddenly shot up into the sky, and they converged together in midair. It didn't take long for a huge barrier of light to cover the entire city. At the same time, numerous rays of light shot out of the city from the barrier of light. Countless rays of light descended like a storm. Sky Residence City hadn't had a formation before this, but after they moved into the city, they jointly set up a formation as a precaution. They were the extraordinary geniuses of the various races, so a formation they jointly set up was definitely not weak. Dire Wolf and Black Devil's expressions didn't change at all. Amon couldn't help but frown at the sight of this. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. Rumble. For explosions suddenly resounded from Sky Residence City, and then the entire city started to tremble violently. Qin Chuan and the others watched with shock as the barrier of light vanished abruptly. The formation was gone. What's going on? All of them were wondering the exact same thing. Meanwhile, Amon slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, four figures leaped out of the city and arrived by Dire Wolf's side. Yanlan, Li Li, Ku Yi, Qing Yu. Qin Chuan stared at them. Why did you betray us? All of them had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Dire Wolf stepped forward. They're wise and submitted to fate, of course. Dire Wolf gazed at Amon and continued. Now, you have nothing left to rely on. Amon slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the four of them. While I know that whatever I say now is meaningless, I still want to ask for a reason. They remained silent for a short while. In the end, Yin Lan stepped forward. Big sis, we want to live, leave this place, and become stronger. Amon wanted to say something, but Dire Wolf suddenly chuckled. Amon, let me tell you the truth. Actually, it was just 20 immortal crystals each. I gave them 20 immortal crystals each, and they took my side. He roared with laughter. Amon, at most times, loyalty is nothing before benefits. So long as the benefit is sufficient, then not to mention friends and brothers, they would even be willing to kill their own fathers. He waved his right hand once he finished speaking. Suddenly, 10 black-robed figures appeared around Yanlan's group. Hiss, 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 hiss. A moment later, rays of cold light flickered. Yanlan and the others' expressions changed drastically. None of them had expected Dire Wolf to do this. While they were surrounded by 10 people, their reaction wasn't slow at all, and they counterattacked simultaneously. Rumble. Explosions resounded incessantly. It didn't take long for 2 shrill cries to resound, and then 2 figures flashed out from there. 2 of them had been killed in an instant. Yanlan and Li Li had survived, but they were heavily injured and surrounded by 10 others. Yanlan stared at Dire Wolf. Why? Why? Dire Wolf shook his head. I look down on those who betray their brothers for some benefits. Since you were able to betray Sky Resident City today, you may stab me in the back one day too. So, it's best for such people to be dead. He waved his right hand. Kill them. Those 10 experts were about to attack when a spiked club suddenly tore through the air and slammed down at them. The powerful might it carried forced them to stop and step back. An instant later, Amon led Mad Saber and the others over to Yanlan and Li Li. Dire Wolf and the others were quite stunned by this scene. Obviously, they hadn't expected Amon to help them. Even Yanlan and Li Li hadn't expected it. Yanlan gazed at Amon and asked, why? At the same time, Amon turned to look at Yanlan and Li Li. We were once brothers. While both of you betrayed us, I can't be disloyal. But we won't be brothers anymore after today. As soon as she finished speaking, Amon gazed at Dire Wolf and the others. Dire Wolf, Black Devil, my brothers and I won't submit. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Let's fight. Qin Chuan and the others howled with fury. Morale. Even though they had fewer experts than the Dire Wolves and Devil Cave, their morale wasn't any weaker. They were ready to fight to the death. At this moment, everyone from Sky Resident City felt the same way. Dire Wolf stared at Amon for a long time, and then he waved his right hand. Kill them. Amon turned to look at Qin Chuan and the others. Getting to know all of you was my greatest gain in my trip to the dead dimension. Let's be brothers again in our next lives. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her spiked club. Kill them. Qin Chuan and the others howled with fury. Dire Wolf spoke indifferently. Kill them all. The battle erupted. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from the sky. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Dire Wolf looked up at the sky, and then a sword suddenly appeared before him. Dire Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly, and he tapped his finger against the tip of it. Bang! Dire Wolf was blasted over 300 m away, and his finger was broken. At this moment, everyone was stunned. It didn't take long for a man in green clothes to appear before Amon and the others. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at Amon and the others, and then he chuckled. How can you leave me out of something like this? Amon sized up Yang Yi and replied, You're just in time. Yang Yi glanced at Dire Wolf's group. and then he said, "Let me start the battle, all right?" Amon replied, "Are you sure?" Yang Yi nodded, and then he started walking slowly in Dire Wolf's direction. Bang! In an instant, the space around Yang Yi shook violently. Aura. An invisible aura slammed down at Dire Wolf and the others. Their expressions changed when they sensed it, and just when they were about to jointly resist it, Yang Yi suddenly raised his palm and a sword appeared on it. In an instant, the sword started to spin rapidly. Danger! As soon as he saw the spinning sword, Dire Wolf's expression changed, and he instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, a strange smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he vanished along with the sword. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of space being sliced apart resounded. At this moment, Dire Wolf was horrified, and his figure shot backwards incessantly. Meanwhile, rays of black light ceaselessly appeared before him. 3 breaths of time later, everything calmed down again. The surroundings were perfectly silent. Dire Wolf was still there, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat. An instant later, he suddenly gazed at Black Devil. Everyone gazed at Black Devil too. What? Black Devil had a blank expression on his face as he gazed at Yang Yi. That was so fast. Crack. Everyone watched with shock in their eyes as Black Devil's body suddenly transformed into pieces, and every single piece was around the size of a fingernail. An instant. A no-Dao realm expert had been killed in an instant. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi, especially Qin Chuan and the others. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. When did he become so strong? Dire Wolf and the others were looking at Yang Yi too, and their eyes were filled with fear. A sword cultivator. A formidable sword cultivator. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's figure suddenly moved. Everyone watched as he started walking in Dire Wolf's direction, and a spinning sword floated by his side. As the sword spun, rays of light flickered incessantly. They were ghastly and sharp. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped and gazed at Dire Wolf, who was just 30 m away from him. "I have a technique. Do you dare to face it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sword howl resounded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1975, Burial. Do you dare to face it? His voice was calm, but it reverberated like a thunderclap. The surroundings remained deathly silent. They'd seen Yang Yi's previous attack, and they knew that Head instantly killed a no-Dao realm expert. But they didn't know where his limits were. He could kill a no-Dao realm in an instant, and maybe he could do the same to a C-Dao realm expert? Countless people gazed at Dire Wolf, to accept the challenge or to refuse it. Or it should be whether he dared to say yes. Dire Wolf suddenly took a step forward. Why wouldn't I? He naturally had to accept it. Only the strong were respected in the dead dimension. If he retreated now, it would be a show of cowardice and weakness. After all, Yang Yi was just at the 2nd stage of the Enlightened realm, but he was at the C-Dao realm. If he didn't even dare to face an attack from Yang Yi, he would definitely become a laughingstock of the dead dimension, and inner demons would form within him. After all, a C-Dao realm expert feared to face an attack from a 2nd stage Enlightened realm expert. He would never be able to overcome it. He had to accept the challenge. Dire Wolf's agreement undoubtedly allowed the members of the Dire Wolves and Devil Cave to sigh with relief. If Dire Wolf didn't dare to face Yang Yi's attack, then it represented that a C-Dao realm expert couldn't rival the strength of a 2nd stage Enlightened realm expert. So, what would happen if this 2nd stage Enlightened realm expert attained the Dao realm? Just thinking about it was horrifying. After Dire Wolf agreed, he gestured at the others to move 3 kilometers away. Amon spoke softly by Yang Yi's side. "Be careful." She led the others back onto the city walls once she finished speaking. Only Yang Yi and Dire Wolf remained here. Dire Wolf sized up Yang Yi. "I remember you. I didn't expect your strength to grow to such an extent in such a short amount of time. No wonder the geniuses of the outside world insist on jumping into this abyss when they know how dangerous it is." When he met Yang Yi last, Yang Yi wasn't qualified to be taken seriously by him. But at this moment, the sword cultivator who stood before him was someone he had to treat with care. Someone on the same level. He treated Yang Yi as an expert at the same level as him. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He just raised his palm, and the sword by his side instantly appeared on his palm. It was spinning rapidly. As the sword spun, rays of light seeped out incessantly from it. In the end, Yang Yi's entire body was covered in rays of light, causing him to seem like an immortal. Could he kill a Sea Dao realm expert? Yang Yi wasn't confident that he could, because it was the first time he was truly fighting such an expert. But it wouldn't take long for him to know the answer. Suddenly, Yang Yi's sword vanished from his palm, and the surroundings fell silent. Only a few people here could see what happened after Yang Yi's sword vanished. At the moment Yang Yi's sword vanished, Dire Wolf suddenly stretched out his right hand. In an instant, the space before him froze. It wasn't just space that froze, the ray of light before him froze as well. Moreover, the sword was slowly moving backwards, reversing time. Time was something that was very difficult to grasp, or to be more precise, it didn't exist. Time was something people created to record the past, present, and future, but it didn't actually exist. However, the past, present, and future did exist. When one cultivated to a certain level, it wasn't difficult to make time turn around. Of course, something inconceivable like traveling to the future was something that only the top experts of the world may be able to accomplish. Moreover, it would be extremely dangerous. The Sea Dao realm represented seeing the past. The Dao contained many things, and one of them was time. The Sea Dao realm was seeing time, and taking control of the elusive concept of the past and gaining the ability to make time flow backwards. It was an inconceivable ability. Of course, controlling the future for even a second wasn't something that a cultivator at Dire Wolf's level could accomplish. Presently, only those who had the title progenitor were capable of truly controlling the past. As for knowing the future, there were a few in the world who were capable of that, but they were absolutely rare existences. The ray of light was still moving backwards, and it was growing further and further away from Dire Wolf while growing closer and closer away from Yang Yi. Dire Wolf gazed at Yang Yi and said, "It's the gap between us. You can't use anything to make up for that." "Is that so?" A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's lips, and then a mysterious wave of energy appeared here. The sword domain. Once the sword domain appeared, Yang Yi's sword suddenly stopped moving, and then Dire Wolf's expression changed drastically. He swiftly slapped his palms forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. Everything returned to normal. At this moment, Dire Wolf was over 15 kilometers away, and he was supporting himself on one knee. Besides that, his arms had vanished, and blood was ceaselessly surging out from both his shoulders. Had lost both his arms from a single attack. Had lost. Dire Wolf had lost. Everyone here was stunned. A second stage enlightened realm cultivator had defeated a Sea Dao realm expert. Dire Wolf suddenly looked up at Yang Yi. The sword domain. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and a short while passed before he turned around and walked towards the city. His sword remained floating by his side. It moved with him. Dire Wolf took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he turned around and left. The members of the Dire Wolves and Devil Cave followed behind him. After Dire Wolf's group left, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth, and it flowed incessantly. While Head taken both of Dire Wolf's arms with a single attack, Head paid a terrible price for it. Head used the sword domain to forcefully overcome Dire Wolf's ability to control time, and he suffered backlash from it. Because Dire Wolf's strength far surpassed his own, the backlash he suffered was quite severe. Both his mind and soul were severely injured. Based on his estimations, it would take at least 10 days for him to recover. Meanwhile, Amon appeared in front of Yang Yi. She took a glance at him and asked, "Are you all right?" Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he shook his head. "It's nothing serious." Amon nodded slightly. She was about to speak when Yin Lan and Li Li appeared before Amon. "Big sis." Yin Lan wanted to say something, but Amon waved her hand. "Yin Lan, everyone has a right to make their own choices. There's nothing wrong with taking the path you've taken. However, It's just as I've said earlier. Both of you and us aren't brothers anymore. So, leave Sky Residence City. Qin Chuan and the others remained silent. Visit Rieadel. Me for extra chapters. Actually, Qin Chuan and the others were quite unhappy. After all, how could anyone be happy after they were betrayed? However, they didn't say anything. It was Amon's decision, and they respected her. Yin Lan and the others had quite complicated expressions on their faces. A long time passed before Yin Lan gazed at everyone here and said, "I'm sorry." Qin Chuan and the others remained silent. Yin Lan's gaze dimmed down. Both Li Li and him didn't say another word and just left. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with complicated emotions. After all, they once considered each other as brothers. Once Yin Lan and Li Li left, Amon gazed at the corpses of the other two, and then she shook her head. Qin Chuan, give them a proper burial. Qin Chuan nodded, and then Yu Jing and him vanished with the corpses. Amon gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi said, "I want to rest." Amon nodded slightly. All of them entered the city. Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and immersed his consciousness into his body. Meanwhile, gazes were frequently shot at him from time to time. Yu Jing nudged Qin Chuan lightly with his elbow and said, "Qin Chuan, you're closer to that fellow, so go ask him how he grew so strong in such a short amount of time." Qin Chuan laughed bitterly. "I want to know the answer to that too." While Yang Ye's strength had been pretty good before this, he wasn't strong to such an extent. It could be said that Yang Yi was probably the strongest in Sky Residence City right now. No one here was confident in being able to defend themselves against that attack. Yu Jing chuckled slyly. "Ask him later." Qin Chuan nodded. "I will once he wakes up." In the primordial pagoda. Healing. Yang Ye's injuries were healing rapidly with the help of his primordial violet energy. 12 days later, Yang Yi finally recovered completely. Once he left the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi was stunned by the scene he saw upon opening his eyes. There were many people around him, and the person at the front of the group was Qin Chuan. At this moment, all of them were staring at him. Yang Yi asked, "What are you doing?" Qin Chuan moved closer to Yang Yi. "Tell me the truth. How did you become so strong? Did you take some kind of miraculous pill?" Yang Yi chuckled. "I don't have any pills. I just got a little lucky." Luck. Obviously, Yang Yi was speaking about a fortuitous encounter, so Qin Chuan did the sensible thing and refrained from asking further. The others did the same. Yang Yi chatted with the others for a while, and then he went to Amon. "Big sis, I want to leave this place." Amon was slightly shocked, and then she asked, "You plan to go to the other side of Hell Mountain Range?" Yang Yi nodded. "I want to have a look there." Amon hesitated for a moment and said, "I know you're very strong, but Hell Mountain Range isn't a normal place at all." Yang Yi replied, "I know. However, I still want to go have a look and get something that belongs to me." The 12 Swords of Slaughter. The middle-aged man had left them to him, so he naturally planned to get them. Amon thought for a moment and nodded. "Go on. Be careful." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Big sis, feel free to let me know if Sky Residence City needs help. I'll rush back as quickly as possible." Amon grinned. "Of course." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he flicked a spatial ring over to Amon. "It's a small gift for you." Yang Yi vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Amon glanced at the contents of the spatial ring and was stunned on the spot. 60 immortal crystals. There were 60 immortal crystals in the spatial ring. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1976, Fuck You. 60 immortal crystals. Needless to say, it was quite a precious gift. No one cared about 60 immortal crystals in the outside world, but it may cause numerous battles in this place. Amon put the spatial ring away and looked up at the sky. Only the marks left behind by Yang Yi remained there. Head gone. She fell silent for a long time, and then she suddenly said, "We'll meet again very soon." Hell Forest. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive before Hell Forest, and he didn't hesitate to enter it. This time, Yang Yi didn't travel carefully like he had before this. It wasn't that he looked down on the dangers in this place, and he was just confident. Perhaps it was because it was daytime, but Yang Yi didn't encounter any danger after traveling for a long time. However, he didn't let his guard down. Suddenly, a black shadow shot up into the air from the ground. Yang Yi glanced at it with a calm expression on his face. Suddenly, it shot towards him. Yang Yi twisted his foot lightly, and then a few dozen afterimages instantly appeared. 3 breaths of time later, all the afterimages vanished. There was a corpse in front of Yang Yi. It had the body of a snake and the face of a person. Had encountered such a beast in the past, and it had been quite difficult for him to deal with it. Yet now, he could kill one in an instant. Yang Yi glanced at the corpse and continued forward. This time, he didn't encounter more of these beasts. It was peaceful all along the way. 2 hours later, Yang Yi emerged from Hell Forest, and a boundless mountain range appeared before him. Yang Yi was about to continue forward, but he suddenly looked to the right. There was a 300 long sword there. A red character was inscribed on it. The weapon path? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and walked over. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of it. Suddenly, an ethereal figure flashed out from within it. Yang Yi was stunned. "It's you." The ethereal figure before him was the middle-aged man Hood, given him the 6 slaughters of the weapon Dao. "What took you so long?" The middle-aged man continued. "Were you making a baby over there?" Yang Yi was about to speak when the middle-aged man pointed at the boundless mountain range. "Do you know why those experts and demons dare not come over here?" Yang Yi shook his head. The middle-aged man pointed at himself. "Understand now?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The middle-aged man continued. "Southern Shilin Mountain is the last place of inheritance for our weapon path's slaughter line. So, I naturally can't allow those fellows and demons to destroy it. Thus, I left a piece of my soul to guard this place." Yang Yi asked, "Senior, can I ask you if you're dead or alive?" The middle-aged man fell silent for a short while and replied, "We're the only 2 left in the slaughter line of the weapon path." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice, "Senior, you're so strong. So why don't you take revenge yourself?" "Revenge?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "To be honest, I've never thought about taking revenge." Yang Yi said, "Didn't you ask me to take revenge?" "That's you." The middle-aged man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "But I've never thought about doing it." Yang Yi's face darkened, and he felt like cursing the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, "Kid, while I'm alive, the weapon progenitor is keeping a close eye on me. Because the slaughter line is gone, and he won't allow the weapon path to lose another line. However, how can we just let all 1,670 people of the slaughter line die for nothing?" Yang Yi asked, "So you want me to take revenge?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Kid, why have you suddenly become so stupid? Revenge? Can you? The line which annihilated our slaughter line is the strongest amongst the 5 lines right now. Any one of their experts can obliterate you." Yang Yi asked, "Then what do you want?" The middle-aged man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "I left my inheritance in this damnable place and waited so many years for someone capable of rebuilding my slaughter line." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Rebuilt it?" The middle-aged man nodded. "The weapon progenitor refuses to let me take revenge, but he doesn't refuse to let me rebuild the slaughter line. So, the only way I can take revenge is to rebuild the slaughter line, and then win the battle between paths. Only then can I fight that line in the weapon path." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and replied, "Senior, why do I have the feeling that it can't be trusted?" The middle-aged man shrugged. "Actually, I think so too, but I still want to try. Otherwise, he'll never be able to rest at ease." Yang Yi felt speechless. The middle-aged man added, "I've been waiting in this damnable place for so long, yet I never met anyone that satisfied me, until I met you. I knew that you were the one I was waiting for." Yang Yi was quite embarrassed. "It can't be helped. I'm too outstanding. Even I am troubled by it." "Not at all." The middle-aged man spoke bluntly. "I didn't choose you because of how great your natural talent is or how extraordinary your destiny is, and you're even entangled with many types of karma. I chose to go to an extreme because it's impossible to rebuild my slaughter line with ordinary means. So, I found someone entangled with numerous types of karma to be the seal master of my slaughter line. Yang Yes' expression was absolutely unsightly. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, Kid, see, I'm being very frank, right? What I'm trying to tell you is that while you'll encounter a huge amount of trouble from becoming the seal master of my slaughter line, I'm sure you've seen how great the benefits are. Your current strength isn't just a little stronger than what it was, right? Yang Yi fell silent. Since the ancient times, nothing has ever been given for free. If you gained something, you had to pay as well. Yang Yi understood that principle. The middle-aged man said, Kid, you possess the Dao Path's inheritance, and now you've inherited my weapon path's inheritance. Moreover, there are all sorts of karma coiled around you. Especially one of them, even I am quite worried about it. However, I can't do anything about it as well. Why? Yang Yi hurriedly asked. If you can see something that's disadvantageous to me, feel free to act against it. I don't mind. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. There are some things that others can't interfere with, or it'll get very troublesome. It won't just be a little bit troublesome. All I can do is let you inherit my line in the weapon path, and I can only take responsibility for that. Everything else is your business with them. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Senior, aren't you afraid that I'll refuse to help you? The middle-aged man chuckled. I've thought of that, of course. Kid, it's impossible for you to do that, because I've written your name in the register of our slaughter line. Simply speaking, there are records of you in the weapon path. Even if you don't want to do anything, the Weapon Immortals line won't let you. You'll have a chance to survive if you join forces with me. Otherwise, Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly asked, You have a group of friends over there? Yang Yi nodded. Why? The middle-aged man explained, The inheritance in southern Qilin Mountain has been taken, so my soul's presence here is meaningless. Once I vanish, and this place isn't protected by me anymore. The demon beasts and those fellows on the other side will have nothing to worry about. They will definitely charge over here and occupy the last paradise here. Yang Yi was puzzled. Paradise? The middle-aged man nodded. Southern Qilin Mountain, Sky Resident City, and the other areas around here might seem like they have no spirit energy, but the environment here is actually very good. Especially Southern Qilin Mountain. There's even a spirit vein here. While there are spirit veins out there, and there are quite a few of them, there aren't enough for everyone. So, once I stop protecting this place, those fellows will charge over. Yang Yi asked, Are they very strong? The middle-aged man replied with a question. Do you know why the quality of the experts here is much higher than the world outside? He didn't wait for Yang Yi to answer and continued. Because this place is brutal. This place is hell. Those who can survive here are definitely extremely ruthless to themselves, and this ruthlessness is something the people outside don't possess. That's why those old bastards from the other races snuck in here and sealed this damnable place. It was to stop the people here from leaving. Yang Yi frowned. It was the doing of all the races? What else? The middle-aged man laughed coldly. Did you think the people here would be so dumb as to seal themselves in this place? Yang Yi asked, Senior, how long before you vanish? The middle-aged man replied, Any time. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Can you wait a little longer? My friends are still in Sky Resident City. If you leave, they'll be in a terrible situation. The middle-aged man fell silent for a short while and said, a month at most. They'll vanish automatically after a month, because my main body severed his connection with me after you received my inheritance. Without the energy transferred over from my main body, I won't be able to last for long. A month. Yang Yi nodded. That's enough. They'll go get the 12 swords of slaughter now, right? It's not dangerous, right? The middle-aged man's expression was slightly strange, but it didn't take long for it to return to normal. He said, It should be safe. It should? Senior, you're not sure? Yang Yi wanted to say more, but the middle-aged man suddenly said, I can't stay for long. My energy is insufficient. I must sleep in order to preserve my energy. Good luck. The middle-aged man vanished once he finished speaking. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A long time passed before Yang Yi raised his middle finger at the sword. Fuck you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1977, Royal Crocodile. A trap. Yang Yi knew that the weapon cemetery was definitely a trap, but he wasn't afraid. Actually, he didn't feel any aversion towards the middle-aged man because the middle-aged man had been very frank. Had received benefits and grown stronger, but there was a price to pay. The middle-aged man had been very frank about it. Had been frank about it since the very beginning. Yang Yi had chosen to take the benefits, so he had to shoulder the problems that came with it. While Yang Yi would love to just get the benefits without the trouble, he wasn't a person to shrink away from responsibility. After showing the huge sword another middle finger, Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer, and he vanished into the boundless mountain range. Once Yang Yi left, the middle-aged man appeared once more. He gazed in the direction Yang Yi left towards for a long time, and then he suddenly looked off into another direction. There was a ball of red light there. An evil treasure. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly, and his voice carried a trace of seriousness. A voice came from within the ball of red light. You are quite capable since you are able to see me. The middle-aged man asked, You want to acknowledge him as your master? The voice replied with a question. Why not? The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Fine. I dragged him into a trap, so I'll help him this one time. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. Countless rays of cold light rained down like a storm upon the red ball of light. Suddenly, countless red threads appeared here. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, the cold light were sliced into countless pieces. At the same time, a red thread entered the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's figure stiffened slightly. A short while passed before he looked up at the red light. I didn't expect you to be at such a level, the red light said. I may fear you if your main body was here. As for you right now? Humph. The voice was filled with ridicule. The middle-aged man ignored the red light and gazed in the direction Yang Yi had left towards. The trouble that fellow got himself into isn't ordinary at all. I have a question. Meanwhile, the red light suddenly asked, Why do I sense an evil aura here? The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became rather unsightly. The red light suddenly said, Is it those 12 swords of slaughter that you spoke about? The middle-aged man looked up at the red light, and the red light said, Even the heavens are helping me. As soon as it finished speaking, it vanished into the sky. The middle-aged man stood there in silence, while gloominess covered his face. Yang Yi traveled swiftly through the boundless mountain range. He didn't choose to fly on his sword because he would become a huge target. He didn't know what kind of powerful beasts lived in this mountain range, so it was best to keep a low profile. Hell Mountain Range was much larger than Yang Yi had imagined because he still hadn't gotten through it after traveling for 2 days. The boundless mountain range still filled his field of vision. Yang Yi sped up. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed over from afar. It was huge. It stretched for over 100 m in height and around 30 m in width. It was like a small hill. Yang Yi frowned, and then he swung his sword. A ray of light flashed, and then the black shadow was blasted away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi saw its appearance clearly. It was a huge demon beast. It was shaped like a tiger, but there were long spikes on its back, and it only had 2 legs. It was standing like a human. The beast roared with fury at Yang Yi, but it didn't dare to move forward. This area was its territory. Yang Yi understood what it meant, so he nodded slightly. It'll go around. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned and walked towards his right. Suddenly, that demon beast leaped up and slammed its body at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's retreat made it think that Yang Yi was afraid. Yang Yi understood why it attacked, so he turned around and gazed at the demon beast. After that, numerous afterimages appeared here. The shadow sword. The demon beast's figure stiffened in midair. A moment later, countless strings of blood sprayed from it, and it was like a fountain. It wasn't dead. Yang Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't held back and struck all of its vital points, but it was still alive. However, it was on the verge of death. Yang Yi walked towards it with his sword in hand. This time, the demon beast was afraid, and it turned around and vanished into the forest. Yang Yi stopped and didn't pursue it. He just glanced at the surroundings and planned to leave. Suddenly, rumble. The entire ground was trembling like an earthquake. What the hell is going on? Yang Yi frowned. It didn't take long for his expression to change. The dense forest before him was crumbling before him, and then around 50 colossi appeared in his field of vision. Demon beasts. They were led by the demon beast which had just heavily injured. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched from the sight of this. So you want to gang up on me? Yang Yi didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish into the distance. Run. He naturally had to run at a time like this. Not to mention whether he could defeat them. Even if he could, it didn't benefit him at all and would only waste his strength. However, they had no intention to let him go, and they kept chasing after him. So, the quiet mountain range suddenly became clamorous. Yang Yi ran while they chased after him, and they flattened countless trees in their wake. In the end, they stopped, and so did Yang Yi. There was a river in front of Yang Yi. It was around 300 m wide, and he could see the ends of it. As for the demon beasts behind Yang Yi, they were glaring viciously at him. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he glanced at the river before him. Something wasn't right. Something was definitely off about the river. Yang Yi didn't go to the other side. He just sat down cross-legged, and then demon beasts just stood there and watched him from afar. Suddenly, Jir appeared by Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He rubbed her head and asked, "What is it?" She glanced at Yang Yi with a slightly strange expression in her eyes, but it only took a moment to vanish. She pointed at the river. A familiar aura. A familiar aura? Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. You're telling me that there's a familiar aura in the river? She nodded. Am going down. Yang Yi replied, It's dangerous. His intuition told him that it was very dangerous. She gazed at him and said, It's fine. Yang Yi glanced at her. Why do you feel a little strange? She blinked. Do I? Yang Yi nodded slightly. He was about to speak when she suddenly said, I really want to head down there. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, All right, I'll go with you. She glanced at him, all right? Yang Yi took her head, but she suddenly pulled it out of his grasp. Yang Yi gazed at her, and then she grabbed his arm and said, Let's go. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He felt that there was something strange about her. Just like that, they vanished into the river. The demon beasts that were chasing after Yang Yi turned around and left once they witnessed this. In the water, Yang Yi and Jir descended slowly, and nothing unusual occurred in the surroundings. However, Yang Yi didn't dare to relax and was vigilant at all times. Suddenly, Jir asked, You're nervous? Yang Yi gazed at her and she grinned. We won't encounter any danger. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he said, You feel different? Am I? She grinned. What's different about me? Yang Yi replied, You're not gentle and timid like before. You're confident now. She smiled. People change, right? Yang Yi glanced at her. I don't want to hurt you. She looked down slightly. I don't want to hurt you either. Yang Yi's face fell. These words allowed him to realize that she really wasn't the same Jir he knew. His right grip slowly tightened. Suddenly, Jir grabbed his fist and smiled. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. They sped up. Once they arrived at the bottom, Yang Yi noticed that it was much wider than how the river seemed from above. It seemed boundless like an ocean. What is down here? Yang Yi was filled with questions. Meanwhile, Jir suddenly asked, Big brother, you're being pursued by all the races, right? Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, Why? She grinned. They'll keep it a secret and tell you later. Yang Yi fell silent. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi noticed that the water around them had suddenly hardened. Yang Yi flicked a ray of sword energy, but the frozen water didn't move at all. At this moment, a solemn expression appeared on Yang Yi's face. Right when he was about to use the holy sword, she stopped him. Don't use that. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She grinned. You'll be in danger if you use it. Some people hate it to the bone, and it's the same for me. However, I don't mind anymore since it's in your possession." Yang Yi was about to speak when she waved her right hand lightly. In an instant, the frozen water around them moved backwards. She pointed ahead. "We're here." Yang Yi looked along the direction she pointed towards. There was an extremely grand palace there, and a colossus was lying right in front of it. Yang Yi had seen that colossus before. It was the beast on the jade slip, the god race's royal crocodile. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1978, God Hall. There were two violet gold words inscribed on the top of it, God Hall. God Hall. Yang Yi gazed at Jir. "You're from the god race." She grinned. "Big brother, didn't you know from the very beginning?" Yang Yi nodded. "I thought about it, but I didn't give it much thought." She smiled. "Come, they'll take you to meet some people." As soon as she finished speaking, she took Yang Yi's arm and walked towards the palace. Suddenly, the royal crocodile opened its eyes. Its eyes were blood-red like two blood-red holes, and it was extremely shocking. Yang Yi stopped moving. Pressure. A wave of terrifying pressure. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like his chest was about to explode, and it felt like dozens of mountains were on top of him. He couldn't breathe. However, Jir was completely fine. Meanwhile, Jir waved her right hand, and the pressure instantly vanished. The royal crocodile was stunned, and then excitement and joy appeared in its eyes. The royal crocodile crawled slowly to Jir. At this moment, its body had become the size of a human, and it laid there respectfully before her. She glanced at it with a trace of complicated emotions in her eyes, and then she raised her right leg and tapped it lightly on the head. "Long time no see, big guy." The royal crocodile lowered its head further. Yang Yi was extremely shocked by this scene. He didn't know how strong the royal crocodile was, but it definitely surpassed the Tao realm. However, such an expert was actually so respectful to her. Who is she? Meanwhile, she gazed at Yang Yi. "Big brother, you're amazing." After all, even a Tao realm expert wouldn't be able to remain completely unharmed after getting glanced at by this big guy. Yang Yi glanced at the royal crocodile and spoke in a low voice. "Jir, since you regained your memories and found your people, I'll be leaving." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Jir appeared in front of him. She just appeared there out of thin air, and even Yang Yi hadn't been able to sense how she got there. She grinned. "Calm down. I want to show you some things. Moreover, I want to discuss some things with you too." As she spoke, she held Yang Yi's arm and walked forward. The royal crocodile followed behind them. Just like that, Yang Yi was brought into the palace, and a white-robed old man suddenly came to greet them. The old man walked over to Jir, and then he dropped to one knee. "Master, you've finally awakened." Jir closed her eyes slowly, and a long time passed before she said, "Tell the others to get here within a month." "Understood." The white-robed old man stood up slowly and waved his right hand. In an instant, countless rays of white light flashed out from his palm, and then they entered the expanse of space before him. Meanwhile, Jir said, "What about those 9 fellows?" The white-robed old man replied in a respectful manner. The 9 sages went into closed-door cultivation and sealed themselves to conceal their auras. "Do you want me to wake them up?" Jir shook her head slightly. "Not yet." The old man bowed respectfully, and then he moved to the side. However, he glanced at Yang Yi at this moment. Yang Yi was looking at the old man too. The old man felt unfathomable to him. He knew that all of them were supreme experts. "Come, let's head in." Meanwhile, Jir took Yang Yi's arm and walked into the palace. It was extremely spacious. The old man followed behind them. Yang Yi asked, "What do you want?" She grinned. "Big brother, you should have heard of the god race, right?" Yang Yi nodded. She continued, "Then how much do you know about the god race?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I only heard of it after arriving in the large universe." "Why?" Jir smiled. In the past, there was only one civilization in this universe, my god race. My god race was the ruler of this universe. However, the human race, demon race, devil race, and many others appeared later on. Yang Yi asked, and then, her smile gradually became cold. When two civilizations appear in a single universe, war naturally occurs. Yang Yi asked, and the god race lost? At this moment, it wasn't just Jier's smile that was cold. Even her gaze was cold. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, even if all the races ganged up against my god race, what could they possibly do? The reason my god race lost was, she suddenly stopped at this point, and Yang Yi didn't pursue an answer. Meanwhile, Jier became calm once more. You came from the outside world. Not only were you hunted by the human race, even the other races hunted you. As for my god race, we want revenge. So, we can be said to have a common goal. Yang Yi asked, what are you trying to say? Jier smiled and gazed at the white-robed old man by her side. Bring the armor of worlds and the pauldrons of war. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and left. Yang Yi suddenly asked, are you the princess of the god race? Princess? She chuckled. You'll find out soon. Meanwhile, the white-robed old man had returned, and he had an armor that flowed with golden light and a pair of pure gold pauldrons. They had all sorts of strange inscriptions on them. The armor of worlds and pauldrons of war. Jier smiled. They can be ranked in the top 6 of the treasures of my god race. Only the divine general of stellar war in my god race has the right to possess them. The last divine general of stellar war died in battle all those years ago. Now, they're without an owner. They're yours now. The white-robed old man couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi, but he didn't say anything. He was curious. The old man was extremely curious. The divine general of stellar war. That represented an extremely high status in the god race. It could be said that someone with that title only obeyed the orders of the patriarch. Moreover, the divine general of stellar war possessed command over the god race's stellar war army. The stellar war army was a force that made all the races tremble just from hearing its name. The white-robed old man was very curious about Yang Yi, because he knew that his master wasn't a fool. Since his master thought highly of Yang Yi, there was definitely something extraordinary about the man before him. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, Jier said, these two treasures are merely inferior to that sword and treasure you have. If you wear them, no one below the sage realm will be a match for you. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he shook his head. Refusal. The bewilderment in the old man's eyes grew at the sight of this. She looked at Yang Yi in the eyes. Why? Yang Yi pointed at his heart. Freedom. My heart is free. When my heart is free, my sword is free. When it's free, I can swing it as my heart desires. But if I agree to this, it'll become your subordinate, and my sword will become your sword. I, Yang Yi, will never submit to anyone, and my sword will never do that too. The hall suddenly fell silent. There was a trace of praise and surprise in the old man's eyes as he gazed at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Jier walked over to Yang Yi. What if I insist? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. My sword would rather break than bend. Break. Yang Yi was very well aware that if she wanted to act against him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. No matter if it was the royal crocodile out there, or the white-robed old man before him, their strengths far surpassed his own. But he refused to submit. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, I know about all your secrets and I know about that thing. A threat? She was threatening him again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand and touched her cheek. The old man's expression instantly became icy cold at the sight of this. However, because he received no orders from her, he didn't do anything and just gazed coldly at Yang Yi. Jier gazed at Yang Yi as well and didn't stop him. Yang Yi moved his hand away and said, if this is how the patriarch of the god race acts, then I'll be very disappointed. I'll be disappointed in you, and I'll look down on the god race. Jier didn't say anything. Yang Yi rubbed her head again and said, no matter who you are, I once treated you as my younger sister. In the future, if you still call me big brother, then I'll treat you as my younger sister again. Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. The old man gazed at Jir, but she did and said nothing. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to leave the hall, but the royal crocodile was in front of him. The royal crocodile obstructed his path. Yang Yi stopped and tightened his grip on his sword. Even though he knew that he wasn't a match for the royal crocodile, he wouldn't just wait for death to arrive. The royal crocodile gazed at Yang Yi, while undisguised ridicule could be seen in its eyes. Suddenly, Jir waved her right hand lightly. The royal crocodile glanced at Yang Yi and moved aside. Yang Yi turned to look at Jir, but she turned around and walked off deeper into the hall. Yang Yi didn't say anything and just vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, the old man reminded Master, "He knows about our whereabouts." She shook her head slightly. "He won't expose us." The old man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Allow me to overstep a little, Master. He's a human." She glanced at him and replied, "I know, but he's very different from most humans." The white-robed old man wanted to say more, but she shook her head. "There's no need to say more. I've received news that the strategist has awakened. Go contact her." The white-robed old man was visibly delighted, and he left quickly. Only Jir remained in the hall. A long time passed before she closed her eyes slowly. "Once all the races are annihilated, they'll call you Big Brother again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1979. Someone Yang Yi knows? As soon as he emerged from the river below him actually started to vanish bit by bit. In just a short while, the entire river had vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by an expanse of flat ground. Yang Yi stood there in silence for a long time, and then he left. The god race. He had enough problems, so he really didn't want to get dragged into the enmity between the god race and the other races, and he didn't have the ability to do so as well. This time, Yang Yi sped up. He hadn't forgotten that the middle-aged man from the weapon path could only last a month. So, he had to get the 12 swords of slaughter as soon as possible and go to Amon and the others. The mountain range simply seemed endless. Yang Yi still hadn't gotten through it after traveling at full speed for an entire day. In the end, Yang Yi decided to use his sword. He really didn't want to waste his time here. A sword howl resounded in the mountain, and then a ray of light flashed through the sky. Yang Yi had a vigilant expression on his face all along the way, but he didn't encounter any danger. It didn't take long for him to stop, because he saw an ancient city in the distance. A city? Yang Yi frowned slightly. He fell silent for a moment, and then he shot towards it. A short while later, Yang Yi stopped. He was outside the city. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and there were mountains all around the city. It was a city surrounded by towering mountains. It wasn't large, and it was just around the size of Sky Residence City. Its gates were closed tight. Yang Yi stood silently on the spot for a short while, and then he transformed into a shadow that snuck into the city. Yang Yi frowned once he entered it. The city was empty. An empty city? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the center of the city, and there was a huge stone tombstone. A nameless one. Yang Yi gazed at it for a long time, and then he turned around with the intent to leave. Suddenly, the tombstone trembled slightly. Yang Yi stopped and turned to look at it. It didn't take long for an old man in a linen robe to walk out from it. A spirit. The old man gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and then turned around with the intent to leave. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, "You're an outsider?" "An outsider." Yang Yi stopped and nodded. "I'm only passing by." The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. The sword domain, the enlightened sword heart. I didn't expect it to be a sword cultivator. Yang Yi glanced at the old man. "I don't understand what you're trying to say." The old man grinned. "Do you know why this city is empty?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Because all of them are dead." The old man continued. "The entire city's population perished during that horrifying battle." Yang Yi didn't say anything in response. Meanwhile, the old man added, "Young brother, I have a request. As expected, Yang Yes' expression remained calm. He knew this would happen. So, he remained silent for a moment and asked, "May I know what it is?" A smile appeared on the old man's face when Yang Yi didn't just refuse him outright. However, his smile was quite ghastly. Yang Yes' gaze instantly turned icy cold from the sight of this. Meanwhile, the old man smiled. "It's nothing. I just want to borrow your body. My soul was heavily injured, so I had to use that soul tombstone to nurture my soul. Since your body is so strong, it just happens to be enough to house my soul. So, if you don't mind, let me use your body for some time." The old man wanted to take control of Yang Yes' body. Yang Yi had quite a strange expression on his face. He hadn't expected the old man to want that. The old man suddenly said, "You want refuse, right?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Senior, I'm not ordinary. If you take my body, you may be courting death. Why don't you just let me go and look for someone else?" Yang Yi felt that he was the kindest person in the world right now. Courting death? The old man chuckled. "Needless to say, your strength isn't bad. However, you're no different than an ant to me." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Looks like I can't refuse." The old man grinned. "What do you think?" Yang Yi replied, "Senior, there's something I don't understand. You're so strong. So why do you only have a soul now?" "Right, I just want to know before I die. I want to know what caused my death." The old man glanced at Yang Yi and replied, "I lied a little just now. The people of this city didn't die in a battle. They were killed by me." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The old man grinned. "To refine a powerful treasure." He started walking slowly in Yang Yes' direction. "The reason I wasted my breath on you is that my soul just awakened, and it hadn't fully separated itself from the soul tombstone. If you fled then, I really might have been unable to do anything to you. Yet now, Yang Yi didn't flee. He just closed his eyes as if had accepted his fate." The old man suddenly transformed into a ray of black light that shot towards Yang Yi and instantly entered Yang Yes' forehead. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes. In the primordial pagoda, the old man's soul hadn't entered Yang Yes' sea of consciousness, and it had been sucked into the primordial pagoda instead. The old man was stunned when he entered the pagoda. He glanced at the surroundings and was quite bewildered. "Where am I?" "Kill him." Suddenly, Yang Yes' voice resounded. A moment later, a terrifying wave of energy slammed down towards the old man. The old man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes opened wide as he spoke with astonishment. "This is the precious treasure of the Tao Path." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a ray of red light flashed out. In an instant, a blood-red flag appeared in the sky. The sky instantly turned blood red like it had been dyed red with blood, and it was absolutely horrifying. Meanwhile, the old man shot up into the air, formed a strange seal with his hands, and then the blood-red flag shook violently. At the same time, numerous black shadows flashed out from it. If one slowed down the scene here, one would notice that all the black shadows were souls. Souls that were filled with vengeance. Visit Me for extra chapters. There were hundreds of thousands of them. So, the entire primordial pagoda seemed to be covered in the souls. The old man spoke ferociously. "So what if you're a precious treasure of the Tao Path? Destroy this world." Boom. The entire world started to become ethereal from being struck by those souls. Snowy blinked as she stood by Ho Qing's side, and she seemed slightly afraid. Meanwhile, Yang Yi frowned in the world outside. He hadn't expected the old man to be so formidable. Will the primordial pagoda be able to deal with him? Suddenly, a tiny, ethereal golden pagoda appeared in the sky. The old man's eyes were filled with excitement when he saw the tiny golden pagoda. Of course, there was deep fear in them as well. "Get it?" Meanwhile, the old man howled with fury, and his voice carried a trace of madness. In an instant, countless rays of black light surged towards the golden pagoda. The golden pagoda suddenly shook. Bang! An instant later, a stream of violet light flashed out from it. Hiss! 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 In an instant, the black shadows in the sky were obliterated. The old man was stunned by this. Meanwhile, the tiny golden pagoda arrived above the old man's head, and it horrified him. He hurriedly gazed at Yang Yi. "Young brother, I admit defeat. Am willing to, boom." Meanwhile, a beam of violet energy flashed down. Boom. In an instant, the old man was obliterated. After it obliterated the old man, the tiny golden pagoda went over to Snowy. It rubbed Snowy's head lightly, and then transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished into the sky. Yang Yi and Ho Qing exchanged glances. Ho Qing shook his head. That fellow was too confident. Yang Yi nodded. He gazed at the blood-red flag in midair and asked, "What's that?" As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the blood-red flag fell into his grasp. In an instant, a pungent smell of blood and evil assaulted him. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he scanned it with his divine sense. Yang Yi was shocked by what he saw. The flag had a pocket of space within it, and there were over 1,000,000 souls in it. Over 1,000,000. Moreover, every single soul was strong. No wonder he dared to fight the primordial pagoda. He would have had to slaughter at least 100 cities to collect this many powerful souls. Yang Yi looked through it, and he noticed that the minds of those souls weren't normal anymore. Obviously, they'd been refined in a special way. Just like that, 1,000,000 lives had been kept out of reincarnation. Yang Yi fell silent. While Head killed countless, it depended on the circumstances. But the old man's actions were ruthless and cruel. Meanwhile, Ho Qing suddenly asked, "What do you plan to do?" Yang Yi grinned. "Keep it, of course." Head witnessed how strong it was. It was something capable of forcing the primordial pagoda to show itself. Just that was sufficient to determine how strong it was. A trump card. Yang Yi put the flag away. He had one more trump card now, and it may be able to save his life at a critical moment. Yang Yi didn't waste any time. He just left the primordial pagoda and glanced at the surroundings. He was about to leave when he suddenly looked towards the right, and a faint voice came from there. "I didn't expect to meet you here. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1980, My Lord. The voice was quite familiar. Yang Yi looked up, and a woman was walking slowly in his direction. She had bare feet and wore a red dress. Yang Yi recognized her. She was the woman in a red dress from Moment Mountain. An evil cultivator had come to the large universe with her. However, he hadn't seen her again after they arrived in the large universe. He hadn't expected that he would meet her here. Meanwhile, the woman had arrived before him. The woman in a red dress said, "You've changed a lot." Yang Yi sized up the woman. "Aren't you the same?" Yang Yi asked, "What are you doing here?" She replied, "I'm here to look for someone." Yang Yi asked, "You're looking for someone?" She nodded slightly and glanced at Yang Yi. "If I'm not wrong, you should have met him. The old man from before." Yang Yi knew who she was talking about. Meanwhile, the woman in a red dress added, "He's the eldest disciple of the evil progenitor. He seized the moment when the evil progenitor wasn't paying attention to take the Een soul streamer and flee to this place. After a great deal of investigation, I finally determined that he was here." Yang Yi remained silent. She added, "Has that thing fallen into your hands?" "What thing?" Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled expression in his eyes. She gazed at him and spoke indifferently. "Is this necessary?" Yang Yi shrugged. "I really don't know what you're talking about." She said, "It belongs to my evil sect." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "I don't really understand what you mean." She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and nodded. Suddenly, she tapped her finger forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swiftly drew his sword. An instant later, they were 3 kilometers away from each other. Yang Yi glanced at her from afar. "I don't want to become enemies with the evil sect," she said, then handed over. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why should I?" She didn't say anything and just vanished on the spot. A moment later, a few dozen rays of red light enveloped Yang Yi. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then the red light was sliced into pieces by a ray of sword energy. However, a palm suddenly slapped down upon Yang Yi's chest. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted 300 m away. As soon as he stopped himself, Shed appeared before him again. However, she didn't use her hands and kicked him with her right leg instead. Bang! A ray of red light swept out, and it blasted Yang Yi backwards repeatedly. Suddenly, numerous afterimages of Yang Yi suddenly appeared. Afterimages covered the area. Hiss! 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 At the moment they appeared, the sound of space being sliced apart resounded. Shadow Sword. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly against her. After all, she was someone who had lived for countless years. 3 breaths of time later, they appeared 3 kilometers away from each other again. Both of them seemed to be completely fine on the outside. She sized up Yang Yi and said, "I didn't expect you to have grown to such an extent." Yang Yi shrugged. "I never expected this too. If you attack me again, then we can fight to the death today." He didn't want to become enemies with the evil sect, and he didn't want to become enemies with this mysterious woman before him. However, his patience was limited. She gazed at him for a long time, and then she said, "That thing will bring a lot of trouble to you." Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "Someone from your evil sect wanted to kill me, but I killed him. Yet now, your evil sect is here asking for the spoils of my battle. So, do you think I'm easy to bully?" Yang Yi's expression turned icy cold as he finished speaking. She shook her head slightly. She didn't say another word and just left. At the moment she vanished, her voice came from afar. "Well, meet again. Meet again." Yang Yi chuckled and left. After he left the ancient city, Yang Yi sped up again. Presently, he had to get those 12 swords as soon as possible, and then help Amon and the others. While he hadn't known them for long, he treated them as friends. A ray of light shot swiftly through the mountains. During this period, Yang Yi sensed many powerful auras and had fought some powerful demon beasts. He won some battles and lost some. The strength of some demon beasts simply surpassed his imagination, and they forced him to retreat. Fortunately, they weren't fast enough, so they couldn't catch up to him. Around 6 hours later, Yang Yi stopped. It was because a boundless desert had appeared before him. Had finally gotten through Hell Mountain Range. Yang Yi turned around and shot a glance at the mountain range behind him, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the desert. According to the information that the middle-aged man had given him, he would arrive at the weapon cemetery after passing through the desert. Suddenly, an explosion resounded from the desert below, and then a red shadow shot up into the sky and slammed against Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was forced to a stop. Once he stopped there, the red shadow had vanished. It had vanished. Yang Yi slowly clenched the sword in his right hand. Suddenly, the space on his right cracked open, and a red shadow shot out from there. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it. Bang! The red shadow was blasted over 1 kilometer away. At this moment, Yang Yi saw it clearly. It was a completely crimson-red scorpion. It was a few times larger than a human, and it was completely crimson. At this moment, the red scorpion was staring at Yang Yi, and its eyes were filled with viciousness and fear. Suddenly, the red scorpion leaped up and charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword and closed his eyes. An instant later, countless afterimages appeared here. 2 breaths of time later, Yang Yi returned to where He had been standing earlier, and there was a headless red scorpion in front of him. Yang Yi lowered his sword and was about to leave when he seemed to have thought of something. He waved his right hand, and a fist-sized pearl flew out of the corpse. The inner core. Yang Yi sized up the pearl before him. Suddenly, a small claw grabbed it. It was Snowy. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Snowy held it in her arms and cracked a smile at Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed her head. "All right, you can have it." Snowy's smile grew even wider. It didn't take long for her to take the inner core back into the primordial pagoda with her. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and continued forward. However, he stopped flying on his sword. Flying on his sword painted a huge target on his back. Yang Yi traveled carefully all along the way, and coupled with the concealment he received from the sword domain, he didn't encounter any trouble. However, this didn't last for long. After night descended, Yang Yi suddenly noticed that something was off. because the sand beneath him was actually trembling. There was something down below. Yang Yi didn't stay and just vanished into the distance. Yang Yi couldn't help but take a glance behind him after he arrived over 10 kilometers away, and this glance made a chill run down his spine. Yang Yi immediately turned around and sped up. Around 6 hours later, Yang Yi had passed through the desert. A crimson-red expanse of land was beyond the desert. It seemed like flames had burned through the area. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and continued forward. But he hadn't gone far before a damaged city appeared before him. There were 2 words atop the city gates: Weapon City. Weapon City. I'm finally here. Yang Yi sized up the city. It was perfectly silent, and there was no movement coming from within it. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he transformed into a shadow that snuck into the city. Suddenly, the gates opened, and then a huge sword slashed down at him. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi glanced at his slightly numb arm, and then he looked up. A middle-aged man in armor had appeared before the gates. The middle-aged man's gaze was quite blank as he looked ahead. A puppet? Yang Yi glanced at the damaged walls of the city. It was completely empty. He fell silent for a moment before appearing before the city walls. He was about to enter, but the middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him, and the huge sword in his hand descended once more. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away again. This time, it wasn't just his arm that was numb. Even his entire body felt numb. He's strong. Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was a Sea Dao realm expert at the very least, and he wasn't an ordinary one either. The middle-aged man's strength was much greater than Dire Wolf. Actually, Yang Yi had struck the middle-aged man's weak point when they collided earlier, but for some reason, the middle-aged man had been able to make the weak point vanish at the last moment. So he wasn't able to use technique to deal with the middle-aged man's strength. The middle-aged man didn't pursue Yang Yi and just guarded the gates. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly appeared above the middle-aged man. After that, he grabbed his sword with both hands and swung it down. This time, he didn't try to use technique, and he just used pure strength. A head-on collision. The middle-aged man raised his sword and swung it. Bang! A figure was blasted away, and it flew over 1 kilometer away. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was much stronger than Head imagined. He was about to attack again when he seemed to have thought of something, and then he stopped and withdrew a seal. The weapon seal. It was the seal that the middle-aged man had given him that day. It was the symbol of the seal master from the slaughter line of the weapon path. The middle-aged man was stunned when he saw the seal, and then he walked slowly towards Yang Yi and took a knee. My lord. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1981. 11 Swords. My lord? Yang Yi glanced at the weapon seal with quite a strange expression on his face. Head merely intended to give it a try, and he hadn't expected it to work. Of course, this was a good thing. Yang Yi took a step forward and sized up the middle-aged man. He noticed that the middle-aged man really was just a puppet without a consciousness of his own. A Sea Dao realm puppet. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he waved his right hand and transported the middle-aged man into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi walked into the city. The city was a scene of desolation. Countless buildings had crumbled, and they were pitch black as if they'd been burned. A battle had happened here in the past. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. The city was deathly silent, and the surroundings were filled with a gloomy aura that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The 12 Swords of Slaughter. Yang Yi didn't stay and continued further into the city. It didn't take long for him to stop. A tall tower stood not too far away from him. Its top had been sliced off, and only half of it remained. There were 2 striking words at the center of the tower: Weapon Cemetery. Weapon Cemetery. I'm finally here. Yang Yi seemed visibly relieved. He didn't hesitate to enter the tower, and then he was stunned. At this moment, He was in a hall, and there were 12 people seated cross-legged there. There were men and women amongst them, but there were no signs of life coming from them. In front of them was the statue of an old man who held a sword in hand. Yang Yi glanced at them and then started walking forward. Suddenly, a voice resounded. "You are the person my martial uncle chose?" Yang Yi stopped and turned around. He saw an ethereal figure above the man who was seated cross-legged before him. The ethereal figure had been formed by the man. Yang Yi glanced at him and said, "Your martial uncle?" The man replied, "The one who gave you the weapon seal." Yang Yi nodded slightly, "Yes." The man fell silent for a few breaths of time and replied, "What ability do you possibly have for him to do that?" "Ability?" Yang Yi chuckled, "I don't know either. Anyway, he gave it to me. Of course, I can return it to you if you want." The man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "The 12 swords of slaughter should be called the 12 vicious swords. Every single one of them is absolutely vicious. Only the seal master of my slaughter line was able to suppress them all those years ago." 12 vicious swords. Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to say?" The man answered, "You're too weak. You can't suppress them, so you'll only suffer from backlash if you try to do it by force." Yang Yi asked, "There's something I don't really understand. Why didn't they take these swords when the slaughter line was annihilated?" "Because the last seal master hid them before he died." The man continued, "Unless the weapon progenitor comes himself, no one else can locate them without the weapon seal." "The weapon seal?" Yang Yi glanced at the seal in his grasp, and then he gazed at the man. "I want to take them now." The man spoke bluntly, "You're too weak." Yang Yi replied, "It's fine. I know what I'm doing." The man fell silent for a long time, and then he slowly floated towards Yang Yi. "Those 12 swords are..." Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A ferocious expression appeared on the man's face, and then he vanished on the spot. At the same time, a sword appeared before Yang Yi's forehead. The surroundings fell silent. The sword before Yang Yi's forehead was dark red and less than a finger wide. However, it was extremely long, and it was at least 70% longer than an ordinary sword. The sword stopped before Yang Yi's forehead yet didn't stab in because of Yang Yi's sword domain. The sword domain had caused the sword to slow down, and it had suppressed the sword. Yang Yi flashed over 30 Embark, and then he deactivated the sword domain. There was a solemn expression in his eyes. He didn't dare to suppress it longer because the energy contained within the sword was too powerful, and it was very likely that he would suffer from backlash if he did. Yang Yi looked up. The man was gone, and he was replaced by a sword. Yang Yi spoke indifferently, "You're one of the 12 swords, right?" The sword didn't say anything. It just suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi and stabbed at his face. A sword technique. The sword was actually using a sword technique. However, Yang Yi, who was familiar with all sorts of extraordinary sword techniques, didn't fear such techniques at all. He flicked his wrist slightly and stabbed forward. Clang! The sword was blasted away. It didn't take long for the sword to stop. Suddenly, it started trembling. In an instant, around 100 rays of sword energy appeared around it, and then they instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward, and 100 rays of sword energy appeared around him as well. After that, they shot forward like arcs of lightning. Bang! 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 Sword energy filled the hall. They slammed against the walls, causing deep marks to be left behind in their wake. However, it didn't take long for those marks to vanish. 3 breaths of time later, the sword energy vanished. One man and one sword stood in confrontation. Yang Yi twisted his neck. "Come, let's continue." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and the sword trembled violently before shooting forward as well. A dark red sword flashed around Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, it left a dark red mark in space. A short while later, Yang Yi noticed that the Spirit Breaker sword in his hand was actually gradually losing its ability. Corrosion. This sword before him was actually able to corrode Spirit Breaker. Yang Yi quickly put the sword away and took out the Holy Sword. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to use Shadow Sword immediately. Swish, swish, swish. Afterimages covered the surroundings. Yang Yi held his sword with both hands and swung his sword incessantly at the dark red sword, causing it to be pushed back repeatedly. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi stopped. The sword floated silently before him. Yang Yi was about to grab it when the sword suddenly trembled, and then another sword appeared by its side. This sword was magenta, 2 fingers wide, and had rays of light flowing all around it. Visit Me for extra chapters. But that wasn't the end of it. Another sword appeared beside it. Just like that, in just a short while, 11 swords had appeared before Yang Yi. The dark red sword was the leader. Yang Yi noticed that every single one of them emanated an extremely vicious aura. There were supposed to be 12 swords, but there were only 11 in front of him. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword. What? Hand over the weapon seal. A voice resounded. Yang Yi looked at the dark red sword and said, Hand it over? Are all of you planning on rebelling? Rebelling? A fierce voice resounded from the sword. We were free, but that old bastard forcefully gathered us and trapped us here. Damnable human. Hand over the weapon seal or we'll feast on your blood today. As expected of vicious swords, Yang Yi chuckled. I'm a little curious about something. Why do you want the seal? That's our business. The sword spoke ferociously. Will you hand it over or not? Fuck you. Yang Yi howled with fury. You're just a bunch of swords. How dare you act so arrogantly? Come on, let's fight. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the holy sword shot forward. The dark red sword suddenly shook. Kill him. In an instant, the 11 swords shot forward like bolts of lightning. Yang Yi was quite regretful at this point. He regretted being so rash. Violence couldn't solve anything, and he should have tried to win them over with kindness. The reason he felt regretful was that Head far underestimated the might of these swords. They'd instantly suppressed him upon attacking. He was in a very passive position, and he could only suffer a beating. He was utterly suppressed and didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of golden light swept out from within him, and then his entire body was covered in a thin layer of golden light. The gold form. At this moment, Yang Yi had been forced to use the gold form. However, he noticed that even that didn't make a difference. Every single one of those swords tore through his god form with ease, and it didn't take long for him to fall into a miserable state. The sword domain. Yang Yi didn't dare to hold back at all, and immediately utilized it. Once the sword domain appeared, the swords were suppressed, but it didn't take long for them to start trembling. They were fighting back. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and he hurriedly deactivated the sword domain and said, I think that violence can't solve anything, and discussion is the only way to solve problems. What do you think? Hand over the weapon seal. The sword roared with fury. The weapon seal. Yang Yi withdrew the weapon seal, glanced at it, and then glanced at the sword. He noticed that all 11 swords had moved backwards. Fear. Yang Yi could sense that they feared the seal. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Why do you want this weapon seal? Give it to us. The sword spoke fiercely, otherwise, well bathe in your blood. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and replied, I think that discussion won't change anything, so we should just use violence to resolve this. Yang Yi slowly placed the weapon seal against his chest while the swords watched, and then a ray of golden light surged out and instantly sucked away the weapon seal. Yang Yi stared at the swords. It's within a treasure of mine. Do you dare to go in and get it? Why not? As soon as it finished speaking, it led all the other swords into Yang Yi's chest. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1982. The Primordial Pagoda's Main Body. Chapter 1982. The Primordial Pagoda's Main Body. Violence? Discussion? No. Trickery was the way. Just like that, the 11 swords entered Yang Yi's body. Or to be more precise, they entered the Primordial Pagoda. In the Primordial Pagoda, the 11 swords floated in midair. Snowy gazed at them and kept blinking with curiosity. Ho Qing, on the other hand, had quite a solemn expression on his face as he stood by Snowy's side. Head realized how extraordinary they were. Meanwhile, Yang Yi entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi glanced at the sky and then gazed at the swords. At this moment, they were floating there in midair. Obviously, they'd noticed that something was off about this place. A short while passed before the dark red sword asked, "Where's the weapon seal?" "The weapon seal?" Yang Yi chuckled and raised his right hand. The weapon seal appeared in his grasp. He gazed at the dark red sword and grinned. "It's here. Come get it?" Swish, 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 swish. 11 rays of light flashed and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of golden light flashed, and then swords were blasted back to where they'd been just a moment ago. The dark red sword asked in a low voice, "What was that?" Yang Yi smiled. Go figure. A moment of silence ensued, and then the 11 swords started spinning rapidly. In next to no time, rays of sword energy shot up into the air and seemed to be able to pierce through this world. Suddenly, a strange sound came from deep within the sky, and then a small golden pagoda appeared there. The primordial pagoda. The swords felt absolutely threatened, and they immediately converged together and pointed themselves at the golden pagoda. Interesting. Yang Yi chuckled. Ordinary treasures would be immediately subdued upon entering the primordial pagoda, but these 11 swords weren't subdued. Moreover, they seemed like they planned to fight the primordial pagoda. But it did make sense because they were precious treasures of the weapon path. The primordial pagoda sensed the battle intent those swords emanated. It was a form of provocation. They were actually challenging it. The primordial pagoda shook violently, and then countless rays of golden light covered the surroundings as they shot towards the 11 swords. Suddenly, the 11 swords started to spin rapidly, and rays of light surged out from them. In an instant, the entire sky was covered in golden light and sword energy. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sky started to tremble violently while spatial rifts appeared incessantly. It was absolutely shocking. Yang Yi frowned on the ground below. Suddenly, the primordial pagoda in the sky shook violently, and then it grew. In an instant, it was at least 100 times larger than before. A huge golden pagoda appeared in the sky. A moment later, it descended. Boom! The 11 swords were instantly slammed to the ground and were unable to move. Snowy's eyes were opened wide. Obviously, she hadn't expected the pagoda to be able to grow in size. Yang Yi spoke softly as he gazed at the huge pagoda. Is that its true body? Suddenly, the primordial pagoda returned to normal. Meanwhile, a ray of golden light flashed on the swords, and the golden light coiled around every single one of them. No matter how they moved, they couldn't break free of the golden light. Yang Yi walked over to the swords. He gazed at the primordial pagoda and was about to speak, but it had started turning ethereal. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ho Qing suddenly said, "You can't take control of them for now." Yang Yi nodded slightly because Head noticed that too. His current strength was insufficient to take control of those swords. He would only be courting death if he tried to do so by force. Suddenly, Ho Qing asked, "Now what?" Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Leave them like this for now. They'll come get them once I've grown stronger." Ho Qing nodded slightly. "That is your only choice." Yang Yi glanced at the sky. The primordial pagoda had vanished without a trace. Yang Yi shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and looked at the dark red sword. "According to my knowledge, there should be 12 swords here, but there are only 11 here. Where's the last sword?" "It's deep within the bottom of the tower." The dark red sword spoke solemnly. "What was that thing? Why was it able to suppress our consciousness?" "Suppress your consciousness?" Yang Yi frowned. "What do you mean?" This time, the sword didn't answer him. "It's like the soul of a person." Meanwhile, Ho Qing continued, "You can think of it as the pagoda possessing the ability to suppress their souls." Yang Yi grinned. "Looks like they're afraid of the primordial pagoda." Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Why didn't all of you leave on your own? Why did you stay here?" He was puzzled about that. Because they could have left, but they hadn't, and they just stayed here until now. That didn't make sense. This time, the sword didn't answer him as well, and he received silence as his answer. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he asked, "Why is the last sword at the bottom of the tower?" The sword spoke solemnly. "That sword has fallen into darkness." Darkness? Yang Yi frowned. A sword can fall into darkness too? The sword replied, "Can it?" Yang Yi asked curiously, "How?" The sword fell silent for a long time before it replied, "It lives on devouring people's souls, especially the souls of sword cultivators. Moreover, it devours the consciousness of swords." It devours the consciousness of swords. Yang Yi was speechless. It's quite interesting indeed. Meanwhile, the sword suddenly asked, "What do we have to do to make you release us?" Yang Yi smiled. "So that's why it told me so much. You want to leave this place?" Yang Yi smiled. "That's very simple. Follow me, and you'll be able to go outside. Dream on." The sword's voice suddenly became fierce. "Damnable human. You're not qualified at all. We'll never submit to you." Yang Yi shrugged. "Looks like we can't come to an agreement. Just stay here then." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The sword's howls could be heard from behind him. After talking with Ho Qing for a while, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi gazed at the statue in the hall, and he knew that it should be the previous seal master of the slaughter line, and that fellow was dead. Had inherited the slaughter line of the weapon path. A long time passed before Yang Yi left. He didn't leave the tower, and he went down instead. The lower he went, the more solemn his expression was. He had a bad feeling. Yang Yi stopped. Should I continue? A short while passed before Yang Yi started walking again. Continue. He was a sword cultivator, so how could he fear a sword? If word of it were to spread, wouldn't everyone laugh at him? Besides that, he had the holy sword which was called the Sword Supreme. If worse came to worse, he could let both swords fight each other. Yang Yi sped up and continued down the tower. The area below grew darker and darker, and the surroundings carried a strand of bone-piercing coldness. After quite some time passed, Yang Yi suddenly stopped, because he was back where he had been. As he walked and walked, Head walked back to where Head been. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he continued forward. However, just like before, he arrived where he had been again. A short while passed before Yang Yi continued forward. This time, he used the sword domain. With the sword domain covering the surroundings, Yang Yi noticed the scene around him change abruptly. Numerous ethereal barriers of light surrounded him, and they were translucent. What the heck are these? Yang Yi frowned. A short while passed before he swung his sword, but the barriers of light didn't even shake. Yang Yi flipped his palm and withdrew the Sword Supreme. Meanwhile, he seemed to have thought of something and put the sword away again. After that, he withdrew the weapon seal. As soon as the weapon seal appeared, the scene around him trembled, and then the barriers of light gradually vanished. Everything returned to normal. Yang Yi put the weapon seal away and continued forward. It didn't take long for him to stop. He was at the bottom. A sword was floating not too far ahead. The sword was completely pitch black, but its tip was blood red. Moreover, there were 3 gaps on its blade. Besides that, fine golden chains were coiled around it. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, he noticed that the walls were covered in strange blood-red symbols. There were also 2 strange talismans. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the black sword. It's really sealed up tight here. Yang Yi walked forward, and he stopped around 10 m away from the sword. At this moment, he saw it clearly. There were 2 fine words inscribed on the sword. Judgment. Judgment? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "I can't take you out of this place, but I have conditions. Do you want to discuss them with me?" The sword didn't answer him. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. He didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and walked away without the slightest hesitation. Since the sword wanted to be proud like that, he intended to be prouder. It was just a sword, while Yang Yi had the primordial pagoda and Sword Supreme. Both of them were better than this sword. He had the ability to walk away from this sword. Right when Yang Yi was about to vanish through the door, a voice resounded, "I've seen you before." You've seen me before? Yang Yi stopped and gazed at the sword. Are you kidding? I have. The sword repeated. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1983, People from the Weapon Path. Chapter 1983, People from the Weapon Path. It has met me before? Yang Yi walked over to the sword, looked carefully. The sword fell silent. A long time passed before the sword spoke once more. I see. Yang Yi asked, What? The sword trembled and said, Do you know who you are? Who I am? Yang Yi chuckled. I don't really understand what you're trying to say. You say that you know me, and as far as I'm concerned, you should disdain to lie to me or play tricks like this. So, can you give me an explanation? It's meaningless. The sword replied, The past is the past, and the present is the present. Telling you about the past is meaningless to your present self, right? Yang Yi scanned the sword and said, You're much different than I expected. They say you fell into darkness, but as far as I'm concerned, your mind is clear. Darkness? The sword chuckled. Haven't you fallen into darkness too? Yang Yi frowned. What do you mean? The sword replied, Those who follow their heart are devils. Yang Yi fell silent. What did that mean? It meant that one did things according to one's truest thoughts. Such people were extremely true to themselves and others, but they were absolutely insane. Meanwhile, the sword said, Some sages of the Confucianist path once said that people were born good. But is that really true? Actually, people are born both good and evil. What is good? What is evil? Who doesn't have evil in their heart? Good and evil coexist. Just like you. You're evil when you're evil, and good when you're good. Right? Good and evil coexist. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he shook his head. I'm not interested in discussing these things. All I want to know is whether you want to leave this place. The sword fell silent. Yang Yi was in no hurry, and he just stood there and waited. A long time passed before Judgment asked, What are your conditions? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up. It's quite sensible. Yang Yi was about to speak when Judgment spoke again. I think you're not that immature as to ask me to submit to you. I'm not looking down on you, but your current strength is far from sufficient to make me acknowledge you as my master. I would have been willing to follow the you from the past, and Judgment suddenly stopped at this point. Me from the past? Yang Yi frowned. Can you explain that? The sword fell silent again. Fine, Yang Yi said. Let's put that aside and talk about the conditions. I don't need you to submit to me, and I don't need you to acknowledge me as your master. I only have one request, and that's to use you 3 times a month. 3 years. I'll return your freedom to you in 3 years. 3 years. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, 3 years were enough. The sword fell silent for a long time. In the end, it shook and said, How will you save me? The sword agreed. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up. He was about to speak when Judgment spoke again. It isn't these chains that trap me, it's the symbols on the walls. I can break free if you're able to destroy those symbols. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and asked, Can the weapon seal do that? Judgment suddenly said, You're his successor. Successor? Yang Yi chuckled. No, I just obtained this by chance. So, why did he trap all of you here? Wasn't he your master? Judgment suddenly asked, Do you know why this line suffered such a terrible defeat? Yang Yi asked, Why? Judgment replied, Because of the 12 of us. Yang Yi asked, What do you mean? Judgment explained, Because we attacked our master at the critical moment. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Judgment said, Those 11 swords weren't born vicious. For the sake of making them even stronger, the master of this cemetery forcefully utilized evil methods to refine them into vicious swords, and then used the weapon seal to control them. If the weapon seal is destroyed, their sword spirits will be destroyed as well. Yang Yi immediately came to an understanding when he heard this. So that's why they wanted the weapon seal. Meanwhile, Judgment continued, Freedom. Is there any being in this world that doesn't long for freedom? He took our freedom and enslaved us by force. Just think about it. How could we be willing to let him control us? At the critical moment in his battle with another, we suddenly attacked him and caused him to be utterly defeated. They attacked their own master. Yang Yi glanced at Judgment. So these fellows actually caused the death of their master all those years ago. However, it did make sense. The seal master of the slaughter line hadn't been able to truly subdue them, so it was normal for him to have suffered such an end. Judgment said, "You have the weapon seal, so you're naturally able to destroy these symbols with ease. However, are you really going to let me out? You don't seem to have the strength to resist me if you let me out right now." Yang Yi asked, "Will you kill me after I save you?" Judgment replied with a question. "Why don't you give it a guess?" Yang Yi didn't say anything, and he just withdrew the weapon seal. In an instant, the symbols on the walls started trembling, and then the symbols gradually vanished. Suddenly, Judgment started trembling. Yang Yi moved a short distance backwards. Boom! The chains that were around Judgment suddenly exploded apart. "I'm finally free again." Judgment's voice resounded. Yang Yi watched silently. A short while later, Judgment floated over to Yang Yi. "Hold tight." Yang Yi didn't hesitate to grab Judgment's hilt. As soon as he did that, Yang Yi's eyes opened wide. He felt like something within him was vanishing rapidly. Suddenly, Judgment struggled free of his grasp. At this moment, Yang Yi's countenance was ghastly pale. Yang Yi asked, "What was that?" Judgment explained, "Soul absorption. That's my ability. However, it doesn't just seize the souls of the enemy. It seizes the soul of the one who wields me. If you hold me tight, your soul will flow out rapidly. You'll lose your soul in 15 minutes at most." Soul absorption. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and asked, "You can't control it?" "I can," Judgment replied. "I was controlling it just now. Otherwise, you would be dead by now. Based on your current strength and combined with my own control, you're only able to use me once a month, at most. You must nurture your soul after using me." "Once a month?" Yang Yi asked, "How strong would I be while using you?" Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Judgment replied, "Anyone below the Zen realm will die upon coming in contact with me." Anyone below the Zen realm? Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. Isn't it a little too terrifying? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then the sword supreme appeared in his grasp. "What?" Judgment suddenly exclaimed. "That's the sword supreme." There was a trace of surprise in Yang Yi's eyes. "You recognize it?" Judgment replied, "During our time, there were two swords that were extremely terrifying. It's one of the two, and it's called the Sword Supreme. Of course, it's worthy of that title." Yang Yi asked, "Two swords? What about the other sword?" Judgment replied, "Perhaps you'll find out in the future." He paused for a moment and continued, "What's it doing in your possession?" Yang Yi answered, "I got it by chance." Judgment fell silent for a long time, and then it said, "Its sword spirit is in deep sleep." Yang Yi said, "I know." Judgment said, 3 years. They'll leave after 3 years pass." As soon as it finished speaking, Judgment transformed into a ray of black light that entered Yang Yi's forehead, and then a small black sword appeared on Yang Yi's forehead. Meanwhile, it said, "Staying in your sea of consciousness to nurture myself will help me recover swiftly." Yang Yi asked, "You're injured?" Judgment replied, "It's nothing. They'll recover in a few years." "A few years?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "A few years, or even a few dozen years are probably just an instant for these swords." YY took a deep breath on the spot. "I've finally collected all 12 swords. Unfortunately, I can't use them for now." Yang Yi shook his head and vanished on the spot. He left the weapons cemetery and was about to leave the city when a man in an embroidered robe walked over from afar. The man was around the age of 27. He had a heroic look, and he seemed very handsome. He was holding a sheathed sword. The man frowned when he saw Yang Yi. "You came from in there?" Yang Yi nodded. The young man glanced at the city and said, "The seal master said that the 12 swords hidden in this weapon cemetery will emerge into the world. If I'm not wrong, they should be in your possession, right?" Yang Yi frowned. You're from the weapon path. The young man smiled. The weapon path's prediction line. He chuckled at this point. The seal master was right as expected. My trip wouldn't be very smooth. Fortunately, I can also eliminate a survivor of the slaughter line. As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi said, "You're saying that seal master of yours predicted that the 12 swords would fall into my hands?" The young man smiled. "What? You're very surprised?" Besides the mysterious strategist of the god race, when it comes to prediction and scheming against others, the seal master is, suddenly, Yang Yi waved his hand and interrupted the man. "Your line only sent you?" The young man smiled. "What? Am not enough?" Yang Yi chuckled, and then he placed his right hand against his forehead. A moment later, he slowly pulled out a pitch-black sword. A moment later, a ray of black light flashed. The young man's expression changed drastically. A moment later, countless rays of light surged out from him like a storm, and they instantly covered the entire sky. 5 breaths of time later, everything returned to normal. At this moment, Yang Yi was behind the young man. Yang Yi put the sword away and spoke indifferently. "If your seal master is that good at predicting things, why didn't he predict what would happen to you? Looks like he isn't that good." "Huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's figure stiffened, and his eyes dimmed down. Suddenly, a voice resounded from behind Yang Yi. "You are the new seal master of the slaughter line? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1984, Fight Them. Chapter 1984, Fight Them. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed on the spot. Looks like it's not as simple as I imagined. Yang Yi turned around, but there was no one there. The voice spoke abruptly. "There's no need to look. I'm not here." Yang Yi asked, "Who are you?" The voice replied, "I would be very disappointed if you can't guess that." Yang Yi smiled. "You should be the seal master that annihilated the slaughter line, right?" The voice said, "The weapon path has 6 lines: slaughter, prediction, merge, technique, breaker, and guardian. I'm not from the prediction line." Yang Yi asked, "Then who are you?" The voice answered, "You'll find out in the future. Allow me to give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate any line. It wasn't that the weapon immortal didn't predict that fellow's fate. It's just that Head completely underestimated you." Yang Yi asked, "What do you mean?" The voice replied, "Take a look at his palm." Yang Yi turned around, and he saw a small character that represented immortal in the young man's palm. Words of truth. The voice continued, "The words of truth from the weapon immortal. If he didn't underestimate you and used it immediately, then you would be a corpse now. Unfortunately, he underestimated you and acted carelessly upon noticing that you are at the 2nd stage of the enlightened realm. Of course, no one would have expected you to instantly annihilate a Sea-Dao realm expert while at the 2nd stage of the enlightened realm." Yang Yi chuckled. Actually, he hadn't expected himself to be able to kill a Sea-Dao realm expert with a single attack. During his battle with Dire Wolf, Head merely heavily injured Dire Wolf and hadn't been able to kill him. But this time, Head been able to kill the young man in an instant. Of course, it was mainly because of judgment. Otherwise, his current strength was far from sufficient to accomplish that. Meanwhile, the voice said, "Well, meet again." Yang Yi asked, "Senior, are you not on good terms with the prediction line?" "Huh." The voice chuckled, "Kid, you really do have great potential. However, you're still too weak. To be a little blunt, you're not qualified to get involved in many things. Of course, I believe that it won't take long for you to gain that qualification. I hope we meet again." Yang Yi didn't say anything because that person was gone. Yang Yi shook his head and left. The weapon path was clearly not that united. However, it didn't have much to do with him right now. He hadn't even dealt with his current business, so he had no interest in interfering in the weapon path's business. The other races still hadn't stopped pursuing him. Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and vanished on the spot. Back to Sky Residence City. Yang Yi left the city and flew all the way on his sword. However, his expression changed, and he stopped while passing through the desert. Yang Yi looked down, and he saw numerous red shadows emerging from the sand below before shooting swiftly in a single direction. It was the direction of the area where Sky Residence City was. What's going on? Yang Yi sped up. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Hell Mountain Range. At this moment, powerful auras were frequently shooting up into the sky and flashing off towards the direction of Sky Residence City. Yang Yi's face became solemn. We're in trouble now. Yang Yi was about to speed up when he suddenly looked to the side. A group of people had arrived in the desert. People? Yang Yi focused his gaze, and he saw a group traveling rapidly in this direction. There were thousands of them. What the hell? Yang Yi's frown deepened. A few breaths of time later, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. He knew he had to rush back to Sky Residence City. Yang Yi shot swiftly through the sky, and he naturally drew the attention of some formidable demon beasts. It didn't take long for one to charge at Yang Yi. It was a huge colossus. It was shaped like a lion, had an enormous head, a wide body, and claws that were actually over 3 m long. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he raised his sword and swung it. Numerous afterimages of Yang Yi appeared in the air. The sky suddenly fell silent, and then the afterimages vanished while Yang Yi was already long gone. As for the demon beast, its figure stiffened on the spot. A few moments passed before it suddenly exploded into pieces. Burial. Yang Yi had used burial to avoid wasting time. That was formidable. A young man looked up at the sky and spoke softly. There were thousands behind the young man. An outsider. An old man by the young man's side said, "None of the outsiders who dare to come alone to the dead dimension are ordinary. Chonger, if you encounter them, you absolutely must not underestimate them. Understand?" The young man nodded slightly. "Grandpa, has he really vanished?" The old man looked into the distance, of course. "Looks like someone has obtained the weapon pad's inheritance. But that's good because it's time for us to leave this place after being trapped here for so long." The young man asked, "Is the outside world really that good?" The old man grinned. "It isn't just good. It's like a paradise. If you get to the outside world, then based on your natural talent, it'll take you 3 years at most to get to the Zen realm." The Zen realm? The young man intended to say more, but the old man shook his head. "Let's go. If we're too late, the others will take all the spirit energy in southern Qilin Mountain." The old man waved his hand, and the others immediately continued their march forward. Yang Yi didn't go straight to Sky Residence City, and he went to the huge sword in Hell Mountain Range instead. However, the huge sword was a pile of scrap now. What happened? Yang Yi frowned. Didn't he say that he could last for a month? But he's gone already? Yang Yi was about to leave when a figure floated out from the remains of the huge sword. It was the middle-aged man, but he was extremely translucent, as if he would vanish at any moment. Yang Yi asked, "What happened?" The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. "It's all your fault. Why are you asking me?" "Me?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man replied, "I kept myself alive just to wait for you. Kid, forget about the weapon path and Dao path for now. That thing that's following you, deal with it." Suddenly, a fine thread of red light flashed. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Hiss. The middle-aged man's figure vanished. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. He turned around, but there was nothing there. That thing that's following me? Something's following me? Yang Yi was bewildered. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, but there was nothing there. However, he was very well aware that something was there, because the middle-aged man wouldn't have vanished for no reason. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to think of something. The evil weapon. It was the evil weapon that Sage had been suppressing, and the former Sky Emperor had spoken about the evil weapon as well. Yang Yi hadn't expected it to have followed him here. It just refused to give up. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, "You've been following me for so long. So how about you show yourself?" He received no reply. Yang Yi chuckled. "Will you really not show yourself?" He still received no response. Yang Yi shrugged. "Suit yourself." Yang Yi's figure vanished into the sky. Yang Yi shot through the sky on his sword while he closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his body. Judgment, are you able to detect what's following me? Judgment fell silent for a long time before it replied. A ball of red light. Yang Yi asked, do you know what it is? Judgment replied, an evil artifact. Yang Yi asked, can you defeat it? Judgment fell silent for a moment and answered, I can't. Yang Yi's face instantly became solemn. He didn't know what level Judgment was at, but it was definitely extremely great. However, it actually admitted that it couldn't defeat the evil artifact which was following Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Judgment added, it's on the same level as the Sword Supreme. Even if the Sword Supreme's sword spirit awakens, it probably won't be able to suppress that thing. If I'm not wrong, it wants to acknowledge you as its master. Acknowledge me as its master? Yang Yi was stunned. Why does it feel like it wants to kill me? Judgment replied, evil artifacts are naturally called evil for a reason. However, it's clearly afraid of that treasure within you, and that's why it didn't take you as its master by force. Otherwise, you would probably be dead by now. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. You know about the treasure within me? Had never told Judgment about it. I can sense it. Judgment continued. There's something in you that makes me sense extreme danger, and it's much more dangerous than that evil artifact. More danger than the evil artifact. Meanwhile, Judgment added, why is it targeting you? Yang Yi spoke helplessly. I want to know the answer to that too. Judgment suddenly said, it may be waiting for an opportunity. So, be careful. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Of course he could only do that. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then vanished on the spot. Sky Residence City. At this moment, there was a huge barrier of light above the city. It covered the entire city. Besides that, Amon and the others were on the city walls. At this moment, all of them had solemn expressions in their eyes. It was because the city was surrounded by a dense ocean of demon beasts. Qin Chuan gulped and asked, Big Sis, what should we do? Amon glanced at the surroundings. What else? Fight them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1985, Flee. Chapter 1985, Flee. Fight them? Everyone exchanged glances. Our chances are quite horrible. Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment and said, Big Sis, I think we should flee. Flee. Amon shook her head slightly while a trace of bitterness curled up on the corners of her mouth. Flee where? We can't flee anywhere. Demon beasts have surrounded the city. Not just the city, even the sky. There are no less than 100 wyverns up there. There was no place to run. Qin Chuan and the others were clearly aware of this too, and that was why their faces were gloomy. Mad Saber asked, Why have these demon beasts come from Hell Mountain Range? Amon shook her head. Yu Jing investigated but wasn't able to find out anything. However, based on the information I obtained, we aren't the only ones who are facing this problem. The dire wolves in southern Qilin Mountain are being attacked too. Yu Jing spoke softly. The situation in this place is about to change. Rumble. Suddenly, the demon beasts down below started to attack in groups. They attacked in the most direct and violent method, slamming themselves against the city. So, City Residence City started shaking violently. At the same time, the barrier of light around the city started to crack more and more. Obviously, it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Amon closed her eyes slowly. Get everyone prepared to charge outside. Flee. They naturally had to flee. There were too many demon beasts, so it was impossible to annihilate them. Thus, Amon could only choose to flee. They nodded. Fleeing was the only way out for them right now. Amon gazed at Ling. How is it? Ling nodded slightly. He flicked his finger, and over 60 rays of light flashed into every single one of their foreheads. Amon explained, These are our last words. Remember that if any of you get out of this place and return to the large world, then don't forget our last words. Send as many as you can. In any case, just do your best. They nodded. Besides a few of them, All the others had family in the outside world. It didn't take long for the cracks on the barrier of light to widen. Finally, boom! The barrier of light that covered Sky Residence City exploded apart into fragments of energy that rained down from the sky. Now that they didn't have the protection of the barrier, the walls around the city collapsed in an instant. Countless demon beasts charged at Amon and the others. Amon flipped her palm in midair and withdrew the spiked club. I hope we'll be able to see the sunrise again. She charged forward once she finished speaking. Qin Chuan and the others followed behind her. However, it only took a while for them to be drowned within the army of demon beasts. Even though they weren't annihilated in an instant, they were on the verge of it. After all, there were too many demon beasts, and they weren't weak at all. At this moment, practically all of them were injured. Bang! Qin Chuan slapped his palm at a demon beast, but he was blasted away by the force of the collision. As soon as he stopped himself, another demon beast slammed itself against him. Bang! Qin Chuan was blasted away again. Meanwhile, two more demon beasts slammed themselves at him. This time, he couldn't avoid them. Boom! Suddenly, the demon beasts were blasted away. Amon appeared in front of Qin Chuan and grabbed him. She spoke fiercely, "Don't give up." Qin Chuan laughed bitterly. "Big sis, we probably won't be able to escape this calamity." Amon closed her eyes slowly. "It'll definitely lead all of you out of this." As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the surroundings. Some had fallen, and one of the demon beasts was even swallowing one of their corpses. Amon's eyes instantly turned blood red when she noticed this, and she tossed her spiked club at that demon beast's. Bang! That demon beast's head instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Amon glanced at the surroundings and spoke fiercely, "Don't give up." Bang! Meanwhile, she was blasted away. A completely red demon beast that looked like a lion was standing where she had been. It was extremely huge, and it was covered in flames. The demon beast stomped its right foot down and slammed a punch at Amon. A vicious glow flashed through Amon's eyes, and then she flung the spiked club at the demon beast. Bang! Bang! Two explosions resounded, and then Amon was blasted away. She flew over 1 kilometer away before she stopped herself, and she was surrounded by the demon beasts in the surroundings. "Big sis!" A furious shout resounded, and then a few people charged at the demon beasts. Rumble! The demon beasts around Amon were blasted away, and she appeared before their fields of vision. She was alive. All of them heaved sighs of relief at the sight of this, but she was clearly heavily injured. It didn't take long for them to form a circle around Amon. Endless demon beasts surrounded them. Amon laughed bitterly as she stood at the center of them. "It looks like we're all going to die here." Haha. Qin Chuan suddenly started laughing. "What's there to fear? Actually, being able to die with all of you isn't that bad." All of them nodded. They were from various clans and powers in the outside world, and in that environment, practically all of them would have been scheming against each other. But that didn't happen here. Amon grinned. "All right, we weren't able to be born on the same day, but we can die on the same day. Kill." All of them were about to charge. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from far away in the sky, and then a ray of light shot down and descended before them. Hiss, 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 hiss. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The demon beasts around the area where the ray of light landed were instantly sliced into pieces by numerous rays of sword energy. The light dispersed to reveal a man. The man smiled. "How can you leave me out of such a battle?" "Yang Yi." It was Yang Yi. All of them smiled when they saw him. Yang Yi could choose not to come, but he still had. There was no need to say anything. Amon walked over to Yang Yi. She didn't say anything and just patted him on the shoulder. "Since you're here, then kill a few more. At least your death won't be in vain." Qin Chuan walked over to Yang Yi and punched Yang Yi on the shoulder. "We were thinking of letting you avenge us, but you came to give your life away instead." Sigh. Yang Yi chuckled and spoke seriously. "Follow behind him. Stay close. Let's kill our way out." As he spoke, he turned around to gaze at the demon beasts and spoke fiercely. "The large universe will belong to us in the future, so how can we just die here? Come with me." Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. A sword howl resounded, and a ray of light charged forward before them. Let's kill our way out. The others behind Yang Yi roared with fury and followed after him. Yang Yi's job was to open up a path, and it was obvious that he faced the greatest pressure. Because he couldn't stop. Once he stopped, they would lose the imposing aura they'd created, and that would be a disastrous blow to them. Yang Yi's sword had been exchanged for the Sword Supreme. He swung it incessantly, and rays of light flashed out successively. Every single ray of light either injured or killed its target. Just like that, Yang Yi led them swiftly towards the distance. Yang Yi was at the front, Amon was on his right, Mad Saber on his left, and Ling was in midair. Ling contributed tremendously, because some demon beasts were descending towards them from above, and Ling kept them all away. So, none of those demon beasts could descend upon them like that. So, the pressure he endured could be said to be only second to Yang Yi. There were over 60 of them, and all of them were extraordinary geniuses. However, they still couldn't withstand the numbers that the demon beasts had. So, it didn't take long for them to fall in succession. At this moment, Yang Yi's eyes were closed while his sword was swung incessantly. Every single swing would make bloody heads fly into the air. However, an endless ocean of demon beasts still resided before them, and it simply seemed endless. Some of them started to feel despair. Don't lose hope. Suddenly, Yang Yi howled with fury, and everyone gazed at him. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down, and a wave of terrifying energy suddenly appeared here. The Sword Domain. The Sword Domain instantly covered a huge area of space in the surroundings. Qin Xuan and the others were enveloped by it as well. At the same time, the demon beasts in the surroundings were enveloped as well. At the same time, 36 ethereal swords appeared in the surroundings. Yang Yi howled with fury, kill, swish, swish. In an instant, countless rays of light crisscrossed, and then howls of pain resounded incessantly. Only rays of light could be seen in the surroundings. The demon beasts rushed backwards and didn't dare to get close. Just like that, around 15 minutes passed before the light gradually vanished, and the demon beasts roared with fury when they saw the scene before them. Corpses filled the area around Yang Yi's group. All the corpses were in an extremely horrifying state, and they'd been sliced into countless pieces. Roar! Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from the ocean of demon beasts, and then all of them charged madly at Yang Yi's group. Endless demon beasts surrounded them from all directions, and they seemed so tiny at the center of the ocean of demon beasts. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1986, No Fear of Death. Countless demon beasts surrounded them in numerous layers. As they gazed at the dense ocean of demon beast, not a trace of hope could be seen in their eyes. Not to mention them, even 10 Zen realm experts would probably be unable to overcome so many demon beasts. Are you giving up? Suddenly, Yang Yi's voice resounded. Everyone gazed at him. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and a streamer appeared in his grasp. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Don't give up until the last moment. Come with me and kill our way out." Yang Yi's figure shot up into the sky, and then the remaining profound energy in him surged out. Countless strands of profound energy entered the streamer in his grasp, and then it started trembling violently. Yang Yi waved it downwards. "Get the fuck out here." Swish, swish, swish. Souls surged out from the streamer like a torrent. As soon as they appeared here, the skin dimmed down. The souls pounced on the demon beasts in the surroundings, and howls of pain resounded incessantly. Qin Xuan and the others' eyes blazed once more with hope when they witnessed this. Qin Xuan howled with fury, "Kill them! Kill them!" All the others howled with fury too. Yang Yi led them forward like a sharp sword that was piercing through the ocean of demon beasts. Yang Yi flew on his sword while waving the streamer through the air, and Amon was by his side. Amon suddenly said, "Head to southern Qilin Mountain." Southern Chilean Mountain? Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Amon explained, that's the only place we can go. Many groups and organizations have joined forces there, and there are even some mysterious forces there. We can only deal with these demon beasts by joining forces with them. Yang Yi nodded, all right. At the same time, he sized up Amon and asked, are you all right? At this moment, besides a ghastly countenance, her entire body was covered in blood. She shook her head slightly. It's nothing. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he didn't say another word. He turned around and waved the streamer madly. More and more souls appeared here, and they were filled with the viciousness and the intent to kill. Once they appeared here, they immediately pounced at the demon beasts in the surroundings. Compared to those demon beasts, the souls still seemed quite insufficient, especially when facing some of the formidable demon beasts. A huge group of souls were instantly slapped into bits. Fortunately, the charge of these souls made things easier for Yang Yi's group. They traveled all the way south. However, the demon beasts had no intention to let them go, and they kept chasing after Yang Yi's group. 2 hours later, fewer and fewer souls remained in the surroundings, but the demon beasts hadn't really reduced in number, and they were growing in number instead. As for Yang Yi's group, it was growing smaller as well. Now, there were less than 50 of them left. Genius after genius were perishing. At the front of the group, Yang Yi held the streamer tightly while a gloomy expression covered his face. Because if this continued, there would probably be no one left behind him when they arrived at Southern Chilean Mountain. Amon asked, do you have any ideas? Ideas? A wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. What ideas could he possibly have to deal with this boundless ocean of demon beasts? The invincible sword domain and the streamer had been used, but he was still unable to resolve the problem they faced. Even though he had no other ideas, he would never give up. Yang Yi asked, how far are we from Southern Chilean Mountain? Amon replied, around 4 hours. 4 hours. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he said, there's no other way. We can only go head-on against them. As soon as he finished speaking, faint golden light appeared around Yang Yi. The gold form. At this moment, he had no other choice but to go head-on against them. Just leave by yourself. Suddenly, Amon spoke softly to him. Based on your strength, you have a huge chance of being able to charge out of here. But you probably won't be able to leave if you stay with us. Yang Yi turned to look at Amon. Big sis, I don't like hearing that. If I wanted to leave on my own, I wouldn't have come back. In my life, I've never betrayed those who haven't betrayed me. He glanced at the others and said, well, either get out of this together or die together. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and swung his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flashed. A few demon beasts ahead were instantly sliced into two. Roar! Suddenly, the demon beasts in front of them moved to the side, and then a demon beast that seemed like a lion covered in dark red flames dashed towards them. The flare lion. Amon spoke solemnly. It's comparable to an attained Dao realm expert. I was no match for it when I went head-on against it earlier. It's comparable to an attained Dao realm expert. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword, and then he stretched his hand forward. His sword immediately floated above his palm, and it started to spin rapidly. The flare lion was getting closer and closer to Yang Yi's group, and all of them felt a wave of pressure slam down upon them. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Swish! Yang Yi's sword vanished abruptly, and a ray of light flashed. Burial! Yang Yi didn't dare to hold back at all against a demon beast at this level, and he couldn't hold back either. Because if they were stopped here for just a moment, it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. He had to end the battle quickly. The flare lion stopped, and then numerous gashes appeared on its body before blood sprayed out like fountains. The flare lion moved backwards rapidly while blood sprayed all over the ground. It had survived Yang Yi's attack. However, it was heavily injured, and it didn't have much strength left to fight. Yang Yi ignored it and led the others towards the Southern Chilean Mountain. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar resounded from behind the demon beasts. In an instant, all of them chased after Yang Yi's group. Yang Yi glanced in the direction of the roar. At the center of the ocean of demon beasts was a demon beast, and it was looking at them. It had the body of a person and the head of an ox, and it was extremely huge. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. At this moment, it was looking at their group. Yang Yi knew that it was probably the leader of these demon beasts, and if he could kill it, then the army of demon beasts around him would definitely collapse. However, while it was a great idea, reality was cruel. Demon beasts respected the strong. Since it could give orders to all the demon beasts here, its strength was obvious. Besides that, if he wanted to kill it, he would have to face it, and that was another problem. Flee. Yang Yi discarded that unrealistic thought and didn't stop fleeing. Around 2 hours later, less than 40 were left from the 50+ they had been just 2 hours ago. More than 10 had fallen to the boundless ocean of demon beasts. Yang Yi and the others' expressions grew even gloomier. At this moment, Yang Yi's body was covered in injuries, and his countenance was horribly pale. The continuous battle had pushed his body to an extremely exhausted state. As for the others behind him, practically none of them was whole. However, something worth mentioning was that the Sky Race's Yu Jing, the clean freak, was still so clean and dignified. There wasn't even a drop of blood on him. Suddenly, Amon said, "Look, in front of us." Yang Yi looked up, and he saw 2 towering mountains in the distance. The mountains were close together, and there was only a path around 300 m between them. It was like a door. Yang Yi understood what Amon meant. Yang Yi and the others sped up, and it didn't take long for them to go through that path. However, Yang Yi and Amon stopped at this point. As soon as they stopped, the others stopped too, and then they gazed at Yang Yi and Amon. Meanwhile, Amon suddenly spoke in an indisputable tone, "I'll stay behind." Yang Yi shook his head. "Let me." Amon walked over to Yang Yi. "There's no time. Take them and go. Right now." Yang Yi was about to speak when Amon grabbed his shirt and lifted him up. "It isn't the time to hesitate. I asked you to go, so go. Otherwise, everyone will die here. Understand?" Now, all of them understood what Yang Yi and Amon were talking about. The demon beasts couldn't swarm them here. Moreover, based on the size of those demon beasts, only around 2 or 3 would be able to enter the path at once. That was an opportunity for them to flee. However, someone had to stay behind and buy time for them. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape. As for the person who stayed behind, that person had to be strong. Only then could that person keep the demon beasts at bay and buy time for them. Strength. Only Yang Yi and Amon possessed such strength. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "Big sis, let me stay. Trust me, they'll be able to escape." "Escape?" Amon spoke angrily. "How? Can you defy the heavens?" She tried her best to calm down at this point and continued, "Take them to southern Qilin Mountain. They need a strong and courageous leader. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for them to survive in this chaotic place. I'm begging you, all right?" All of them fell silent. The demon beasts were getting closer, and they would get before them in 10 breaths of time at most. Suddenly, Yang Yi started laughing, and then he gazed at Qin Chuan and the others. "She intends to sacrifice herself so we can escape. Tell me, are you willing to let that happen?" Qin Chuan chuckled. He glanced at his right shoulder, but there was nothing there. Had actually lost both his arms earlier. Qin Chuan said, "Even though it doesn't feel nice to have lost my arms, it isn't too bad. However, if we have to exchange Amon's life for us to survive, then I would never be able to rest at ease." Ling, who was so weak that he couldn't even stand firmly, said, "Me too." Mad Saber placed his saber against his shoulder. "Isn't it just death? Since we dared to come here, we don't fear death." Yu Jing suddenly said, "Brother Yang, can you promise me something?" Everyone gazed at him. At this moment, Yu Ling didn't have half his head. Yu Jing cracked a smile. "If I die, give me a change of clean clothes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1987. Horrifying. A change of clean clothes. Ha ha ha. Everyone exploded with laughter when they heard Yu Jing. Qin Chuan chuckled, bastard. You're still such a clean freak even in death. Yang Yi chuckled as well. Meanwhile, the demon beasts had arrived. Kill. Viciousness covered Yang Yi's face as he turned around and swung his sword. A ray of sword energy shot forward, and the demon beasts at the front of the group were instantly sliced into two. Kill them. The others behind Yang Yi charged forward like madmen. It was a bloody battle. Countless demon beasts charged at them, but the frenzied attacks they launched made it so that practically all the demon beasts which charged into the path were dead. It didn't take long for a small hill of corpses to form. However, those demon beasts were still charging fearlessly. Some distance away, a petite young girl stood with her hands behind her back. There was a huge beast lying by her side. It just laid there quietly with its head by her feet. There was a white-robed old man beside her too. The woman was looking ahead. It was in the direction of Yang Yi's group. She was Jir. However, she wasn't the same person anymore. Both her bearing and appearance had changed dramatically, and she seemed mature now. Jir was mature and cold now. She suddenly asked, Uncle Guan, what do you think of him? The old man pondered deeply for a moment and asked, which aspect? She replied, everything. The old man answered, he possesses such strength at his age. So he's on par with some of the geniuses of our god race. The most precious part is how loyal he is. His character and disposition are excellent. I suggest that you help him and form goodwill between us. She glanced at the old man. Uncle Guan, is that what you really think? The old man replied, if it was before this, I wouldn't suggest you do that. Yet now, while he's a human, based on how he does things, he isn't someone ungrateful. So, you can help him if you want. She looked up into the distance. Yang Yi and the others seemed to be on the verge of being unable to hold on any longer. Even Yang Yi's body was covered in injuries. A moment of silence ensued, and then she looked down at the royal crocodile. The latter understood her intentions. It immediately stood up and leaped into the ocean of demon beasts. Roar. This roar horrified countless demon beasts. In an instant, all the demon beasts stopped and looked at the royal crocodile. Bang! Suddenly, a huge demon beast descended before the royal crocodile. It was the demon beast with the body of a person and the head of an ox. The demon beasts exchanged glances, and then the royal crocodile's tail swept forward. Bang! Everyone watched with astonishment as the demon beast in front of the royal crocodile was swept away, and it flew over 30 kilometers away before crashing to the ground. Its entire body cracked apart into pieces. All the demon beasts were stunned, and so was Yang Yi's group. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to glance at the surroundings, and he saw a familiar figure in the sky. Jir. She glanced at him and vanished without saying a word. The royal crocodile hurriedly went after her. Meanwhile, all the demon beasts here fell silent. They exchanged glances, but none dared to attack. Meanwhile, Amon's voice came from Yang Yi's side. Let's leave first. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and led them away. Yang Yi and the others sat cross-legged deep within the mountains. At this moment, less than 30 of them were left. Since they left Sky Resident City, they'd lost half of their members, and the remaining half were heavily injured. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and 5 immortal crystals appeared before every one of them. While they were curious about where Yang Yi got so many immortal crystals, they didn't ask or refuse it, and they just took the immortal crystals. Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and started recuperating as well. A day later, Amon suddenly stood up and gazed at a man by her side. Is it done? The man nodded. We lost a total of 32 brothers. 32. All of them had extremely gloomy expressions on their faces. Amon closed her eyes slowly, and a long time passed before she opened them again. We came here from the large universe for the sake of tempering ourselves, but I'm sure all of you've noticed as well. Something seems to have occurred in this place, and it has fallen into utter chaos. It isn't suitable for us to temper ourselves here anymore. So, are all of you going to head back? Head back? Qin Chuan laughed bitterly. Big sis, you know that it's impossible to head back right now. Yang Yi asked, what do you mean? Qin Chuan replied with a bitter tone. The teleportation formations are only open once every 5 years. Moreover, Those old fellows in the outside world have to join forces to open it, and they've agreed to open it every 5 years. There are 6 months left before the teleportation formations are opened again. But if we don't have their help and rely on ourselves, then perhaps we'll have to cultivate for 10 more years before we'll have a chance to leave this place. Once every 5 years. Yang Yi frowned. Can't any of you contact the outside world? Qin Xuan shook his head. Only they can contact us, and we're unable to contact them. Suddenly, Ling said, even if they want to contact us, they can't anymore. Everyone gazed at Ling. Ling floated up slowly and glanced up at the sky. This place has been enveloped by a mysterious formation. Now, no one can leave or enter this place. What do you mean? Qin Xuan walked over to Ling. It has been sealed up by someone? Ling fell silent for a moment and replied, someone used a formation to seal the dead dimension. Why would the people of the dead dimension do something like this? Yang Yi glanced up at the sky. He didn't see anything, but he could sense it. There was something different about this world. We're finished. Qin Xuan's face was covered in despair. I haven't even gotten married. The others shook their heads and chuckled. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Someone suddenly asked, what do we do now? All of them gazed at Amon and Yang Yi. Amon hesitated for a moment and replied, we should head to southern Qilin Mountain. There are more powers from the outside world over there. Moreover, based on the information I previously obtained, the organizations there and a few supreme experts have joined forces. I think we should go to them. We'll only be able to survive 6 months if we work together. Once the people outside realize that they're unable to contact us, they will definitely find a way to get to us. Southern Qilin Mountain. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had a certain level of status in their group now. It wasn't just his strength. It was also what Yang Yi had done earlier. Obviously, Yang Yi was the strongest amongst them, and if Yang Yi fled himself, he would have definitely been able to escape. After all, it was impossible for the demon beasts to stop a sword cultivator who was focused on escaping. However, Yang Yi hadn't fled and had stayed behind with them. Of course, Yang Yi's strength was the most important aspect. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, then let's go to southern Qilin Mountain. No one had any objections. They immediately set off. For the sake of not attracting attention as they traveled through the boundless mountain range, Yang Yi and the others chose to travel on foot. After all, they would be too visible in midair. Amon spoke softly by Yang Yi's side. Who was that who helped us just now? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and replied, forgive me. The God Race's return was too shocking, and it would probably be bad for them if he exposed their presence. Amon nodded slightly, and then she fell silent. Actually, she possessed extensive knowledge, so she's guessed some things. However, she didn't dare say for sure. What she actually cared about was Yang Yi's identity. If Yang Yi was from that race which Shed thought of, then it would be a huge problem. They sped up and didn't encounter any trouble all along the way. However, they did encounter many mysterious and powerful auras. Fortunately, the owners of those auras didn't come looking for trouble with them. Otherwise, they would have probably been forced into many terrible battles. A day later, Yang Yi's group finally arrived at southern Qilin Mountain. At this moment, there was a faint barrier of light around the mountain, and there were around 100 flying swords circling the mountain. Besides that, there was a dense expanse of demon beast corpses at the foot of the mountain, and there were human corpses amongst them too. Looks like southern Qilin Mountain was attacked as well. Amon spoke softly, but it seems like they were able to defend themselves. Yang Yi looked up, and his gaze descended onto the flying swords. Every one of them was extraordinary. Amon said, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Amon led them towards the top of the mountain. However, it didn't take long for the flying swords around the mountain to shoot down and surround them. Everyone's expressions turned gloomy at the sight of this. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man and a group of people appeared before them, and their expressions grew even gloomier at the sight of the middle-aged man. Amon spoke in a low voice, you. The middle-aged man was Dire Wolf of the Dire Wolves. They hadn't expected him to be here. Dire Wolf glanced at them and laughed viciously. I didn't expect all of you to survive the attack of so many demon beasts. However, It looks like many of you died. Amon spoke indifferently. Fuck off. Fuck off. Dire Wolf chuckled. Amon, do you know why those demon beasts attacked Sky Resident City like that? Amon frowned. Dire Wolf pointed at himself. Because I told the black wolves I command to lead those demon beasts there. Unfortunately, I never expected them to fail to annihilate. Dire Wolf had suddenly taken a few steps back. It was because Amon and the others' eyes had turned red with bloodlust. The deaths of over 30 of their brothers had actually been caused by this fellow. You want to kill me? Dire Wolf chuckled. Why don't you try? Amon stared at Dire Wolf but didn't attack. It was because their objective was to seek protection from southern Chelan Mountain, and killing would get them in big trouble. Don't have the balls? A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Dire Wolf's mouth. Right? You don't have any balls. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly placed his right hand against his forehead, and then he slowly pulled out a sword. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.